Jackie Binen and Judith Airo. They are the ones that have helped us to get the audience and the presence of the members of parliament. As Mr. Wandera prepares to come and speak to us, deliver remarks from UNICEF, I'd also like to recognize, we've already recognized the commissioners, Commissioner Dennis Ochare, Commissioner Joseph Epitu, and Commissioner Herbert Nabasa. We thank you so much for blessing us with your presence this morning. But we also have a special person, the chairperson of the National Sanitation Working Group, Engineer Sam Motono, is in our midst this morning. Thank you very much for sparing time to be with us, sir. We really appreciate that. I'm now going to hand over to Mr. Wandera. Would you like to use the lectern or would you like to use this microphone? Please.
Okay. Thank you, MC. The chief guest, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm standing here representing the wash manager who until 5 o'clock last evening was supposed to come here, was planning to come, and then something happened. So I'll be standing in for him, and I forward the apologies from the wash manager, UNICEF. UNICEF appreciates the work that CSOs perform. Yes. Closer. I hope you heard the words I said at the beginning. Yeah, so UNICEF appreciates the work that CSOs perform, the achievements, the gaps that the CSOs fill. It's difficult to imagine what would be without the CSOs in WASH. And many in big ways, some in little ways, all of us in all our own ways, adding up to something big. So UNICEF quite appreciates that. Those were my words. I'm going to read the words that my WASH manager gave me. UNICEF strongly promotes CSOs engagement in system strengthening, as CSOs have the strength to engage communities in any development programs. In coming years, UNICEF will remain engaged with the government of Uganda to strengthen the capacity of CBOs to promote and develop a private sector that makes WASH sustainable. Also, CSOs are expected to demonstrate more WASH projects that demonstrate public-private partnerships. Some exciting things are also happening in the WASH sector. There is the movement to reach the president's ear with the first presidential dialogue. And also UNICEF appreciates these efforts and all the CSOs that are involved in this. As we deliberate on where we are now and how we are to move towards universal WASH by 2030, which is not far, we hope we are reinvigorated to accelerate our work to the realization of the SDG 6 goals. Wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Peter or Peter. I'm not sure I pronounce it well, but you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. And I think your pronunciation was, in fact, very good. My name is Peter Thorning, but it is spelled P-E-D-E-R, which sometimes leads people to say, is it like Pader up there in the north? So if you call me Pader, I think that is fine by me. Now, I'm not very good with all this protocol. We sometimes spend a lot of time in that in the civil society, but I think I would still like to recognize the presence of a person who's not here yet, but that's of course our guest of honor, who is a state minister, and also other government representatives that are here. My colleagues and friends from the UN, UNICEF, we have just heard from you, and other development partners. We share the tables down here. Private sector representatives, David, you are here, coming all the way from the US to present on Friday. All the way from Kenya, HEWASNet, the sister organization of UWASNet, which actually already there goes to show that this is not only the challenges we have, not only Ugandan. They are very much regional. They're for the entire continent, and some will say it's even global challenges. To see so many representatives of the members of UWASNet is also a great pleasure today. And then I have just noticed some smaller people who have come into the room. Can you also stand up down there, kids, at that table? Because we have now been joined by what we sometimes call the future generations. There they are. Have we all seen them? Let's welcome them warmly. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here, and I pass my regards from the Secretary General, Ms. Mirka Moser from Danish People's Aid. She's not able to join us, but she was in fact here in this country around a year ago, and we took her around deep there in Nakawa to see some of those challenges that are in there. We also went up, I think, was it Luero, to a more rural setting. And the challenges there were very, very visible. It's an honor and indeed a privilege for me to speak to you today on behalf of development partners of UWASNet. I think we can safely say that our cooperation and our support is deeply rooted in a shared vision of transparency, accountability, and good governance. And for those nice words to serve as a foundation for achieving improved and sustainable WASH services for all Ugandans. Now, to achieve this requires a great deal of cooperation and also coordination. And I therefore thank the government of Uganda, in particular the relevant line ministries, for having established cordial working relations between very different stakeholders. Of course, the government itself, the civil society organizations, and also we as development partners, some of us even coming from or living far away from Uganda. I strongly believe that this type of environment is very critical and conducive for what we sometimes call community engagement. And community engagement is, of course, in this way, absolutely crucial if we are to reach our common goals. Speaking of coordination, I also have to single out UWASNet. You are now hosting this event for the 14th time. This is very, very impressive. I think you are fulfilling your mandate as a coordinating agency. And that's not just an important function, that is actually the basis of any meaningful progress. For the past few years, we have seen you contribute to the strengthening of sector governance and also especially promoting various types of accountability frameworks. And this takes me now to our fundamental approach, and here I will agree with the previous speakers. The way we take the national development plans, whether it is the one we are leaving now, number 3, and the next one, number 4, the way we play an active and constructive role as civil society in formulating those is absolutely crucial, and I believe also very important if we are to attain a certain level of bottom-up planning. So are there any other ways of working? I'm sure there is. Last year, our partners in DPA in Zambia, the Zambia NGO WASH Forum, came all the way up here to join this session. And they were talking about how we sometimes tend to cry for more money for the sector. And that is, of course, very clear. The sector needs more financing. But they were also trying to say that even if we look at the sector as it is, there are many budgets here and there where financing for WASH is actually hidden. So another way of working is actually to unlock those, to reveal where this money is, and to get a higher degree of utilization of already existing funds. This year, we now have KeWASnet. And I'm sure Shivaji, the CEO of KeWASnet, will be happy also to share with you the approach and the modality of cooperation between government, civil society, and other development partners looks in Kenya. And I'm sure there could be for a lot of learning from that. But for now, here in Uganda, let's continue to build on the solid foundation already established to drive what we sometimes call the transformative change, all for the benefit of both present and also the future generations in Uganda. And with those words, I wish you a fruitful CSO WASH Forum. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, I think I got it now. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 14th annual WASH CSO Forum, and I hope that you're enjoying the remarks thus far. We have been joined by the Mulago School of the Deaf, and they are helping us with the sign language. Please welcome very much. That goes to show how inclusive we are, and we always intend to be. We don't want anybody to be left behind. So thank you so much for joining us. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize Engineer Christopher Tumsime, Commissioner Regulation, Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you for joining us, sir. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And we continue to reflect. We continue to reflect on CSOs and our contribution to the attainment of the national development goals. And I'm going to now invite our next speaker, Commissioner Ochare Dennis, who will share with us perspectives on the progress since NDP 1 up to NDP 3, even as we rear to get into NDP 4. What have we achieved? What could we do better? Where are we going? Is there light at the end of the tunnel? What have we been through? Mr. Ochare Dennis, Acting Commissioner Planning, Ministry of Water and Environment. Please join me up here and you share with us your insights. Thank you so much. Please let's welcome Mr. Ochare with a round of applause. And we have participants online. We have participants online. Please, we haven't forgotten you. We have not neglected you. We hope that you're actually able to follow all the discussions here. And feel free to drop your comments, your compliments, your complaints in the chat. And Chris will help us to relay them at an appropriate time. So please, you are with us, not just on Zoom, but in spirit and in everything that we are doing today. Okay, I welcome Commissioner Planning, Mr. Ochare. We apologize for that, Commissioner. It's a little technical hitch, but I hope that it has been resolved.
Good morning, everyone. As the IT is trying to load the presentation, I think I can start with the introduction. My name is Dennis Ochare. I'm the Acting Commissioner for Policy and Planning in the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm going to take you through NDP 4, but also give an highlight on the previous performance of NDP 2 and NDP 3. But also in this presentation, we are going ahead outside WASH because, as you know, water and environment are actually interlinked. So I'm going to make, is it on now? I'm going to make presentation on more light. Okay, thank you so much. So my presentation will actually cover 3 different programs. This presentation is going to actually include 3 programs which the water and environment sector subscribe to. Natural resource, environment, and climate change, human capital development, and water for production, which is under agro-industrialization. Because we know, as you know, without environment, you can't do much to provide water because water is the source. Environment is the source for water. Is it on now, IT? IT, are we on? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for that technical glitch. In terms of our performance during NDP 2 and NDP 3, first, for NDP 2 targets, our outcome indicators are clearly under rural water are clearly spelled out. Increase access to rural water supply. And the outcome indicators was percentage of safe water coverage. Our target under NDP 2 was 79%. We were to increase safe water coverage in rural area to 79%. That was the target. But at the end of NDP 2, we only realized 68%. So it means 32% of the population in rural areas do not have access to safe water by the end of NDP2. One of the indicators was also functionality, because we realized that you also need to actually monitor as you put a water supply system as an infrastructure in place. You need to know its functionality, because once it has broken down, it means it is not delivering to the community. So the target under rural was 95. At the end of that plan, we were able to deliver to 85%. We were also able to measure access, increase access to basic sanitation. That time it was basic sanitation. The percentage of sanitation coverage, the target was 90%. We realized 78%. Under urban water supply and sanitation, we wanted to increase access to urban safe water supply. From the target was 100%, and a big ambitious target, but we realized at the end 70.5. Functionality, our target was 100% as well. At the end of NDP 2, we were able to realize 81.2%. And also sanitation, basic sanitation. The target was very ambitious at 100, but we only realized 48%. When we come to NDP 3, the current plan, which expires by the end of June. Under rural water supply, our target for safe water coverage was 83%. At the end of the plan, we realized 67. So you can now see that I think we are declining, because at the end of NDP2, we are able to achieve 68. Now we are on a declining trend. Then functionality, the target was 95. We realized 84, and sanitation was 40%. We realized 27%. Under urban, the percentage of safe water coverage in urban was, the target was 94.8. At the end of the plan, 72.8% currently. And then functionality was 100%. We were able to realize 85. Urban sanitation was 37. And at the end, 32%. So basically, under NDP 1 and NDP 2, we are trying to report at outcome level, because basically, this is high level results. Now we come to NDP 4. This is a plan which is going to run from 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030. As we are aware, in line with the Comprehensive National Development Planning Framework of 2007, which was approved by Cabinet, after every 5 years, government prepares a 5-year National Development Plan. And this plan is actually informed by Vision 2040, Ugandan Vision 2040. But also we are required as programs, as sectors, to prepare a program implementation action plan. Like I said, under water and environment sector now, we subscribe to 3 different programs. We subscribe to the program called Natural Resource, Environment, Climate Change, Lands and Water Management Program, which is under the coordination of Ministry of Water and Environment. Then we also subscribe to Human Capital Development Program, that is WASH, basically, water and sanitation. under the leadership of Ministry of Education and Sports. And then agro-industrialization, that is water for production, under Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. What has happened? IT. The mistake from this side or from the other side? Going down. Hello, please come on. Okay. So we are here. So we are saying that after every 5 years, government of Uganda prepares a 5-year national development plan. So the 4th national development plan now will run from 2025 to 2026 to 2029, 2030. We are saying that this plan, preparation of this plan commence with the approval of the strategic direction by cabinet, and the National Planning Authority issued a planning circle to inform the start of preparation of NDP4. And in this circular, they communicated the strategies for the plan, the goals, objectives, and timelines for preparation of this plan. So this plan is basically centered around strategic goals, themes, corresponding objectives, which water, environment, and climate change programs contribute to. So what informs this plan? Broadly, what informs the NDP4? One, His Excellency, the President's strategic guidance. I believe we have heard about the 10-fold strategy. The 10-fold strategy is about expanding the economy, Uganda's economy, by 10 times. So that means from the current size of the economy, which is 50 billion US dollars, we have to move it 10 times. If you multiply 50 by 10, so we have to move from 50 billion US dollars to 500 billion US dollars. So within the next 15 years, up to 2040. So that is very critical in this plan. And all of us in this room are supposed to contribute to lifting the economy, Uganda's economy, from 50 billion US dollars to 500 billion US dollars by 2040, in the next 15 years. The second issue was about Uganda's social, economic, and political history, our past, Ugandan Vision 2040, international commitments. I think one of the chair of the board talked about SDG, and also for our information, this is the last plan which is going to deliver Sustainable Development Goal up to 2030. African Agenda, East African Vision 2040. Government also did the assessment of NDP 3 and the end-term review, the midterm review, the end-term review of NDP 1 and NDP 2. So this also informed this strategic direction for NDP 4. And also other emerging issues and national priorities through stakeholders' contribution. What do we learn from implementation of the past plans as a country? There are a number of lessons learned. One of the critical things is that peace and security and macroeconomic stability are very key for effective implementation of the plan. So we are saying that without peace within the community, we can't do much. We cannot implement the plan. And I think all these plans have been implemented in a very stable environment. But what we need to address here is macroeconomic stability. We need to look at the fiscal sustainability. How do we mobilize domestic revenue to support implementation of the plan? How do we manage the debt? What is our debt to GDP ratio? Issues we need to look at, because basically without that, then you can't do much in implementation of the plan because you need resources to implement this plan. We are also saying that macro level interventions need to be accompanied by planned macro level interventions. So whatever we are going to do in this plan, much as our focus is national, is that strategic, we should not lose focus on the household. The smallest unit, the smallest economic unit, because as you know, this goal, the goal of this plan focuses on increasing household income. So we should not lose focus. We need to really support those interventions at the smallest economic unit. We are also saying that good plans in themselves without collaborative implementation, accountability for results may not guarantee realization of desired results. I think this is one of the critical activities we need to do. We need to coordinate, we need to collaborate with our development partners so that they can support the gap, finance the gap in the plan, which I think OSNET is playing, and other development partners. It is also critical that we need to sequence, because we don't have adequate resources. We need to prioritize, we need to sequence so that we implement our project in a phased manner to realize the plan. Political will and commitment, very critical. And as you know, this plan is highly being supported at the highest level. Building domestic resilience is critical for insulating the economy from shocks. I talked about this, that we need to manage our fiscal policies. How are we managing revenue mobilization, domestic revenue mobilization? How are we managing debt? What is our debt to GDP ratio? And do we have other innovative financing sources outside the treasury, outside government? So those are some of the things we need to look at. And of course, we also learned from the shocks of COVID. And for our country, I think we were food secure. That's why we were able to withstand the shocks of COVID-19. Availability of financing alone without readiness for implementation is not sufficient. So we are saying that whatever projects we are going to do for the next 5 years, so we need to prepare of course, these days we have to do what we call project to do the assessment of project affected persons, to do environmental screening wherever we are going to do this project, to implement this project, before we start to do studies, engineering studies, environmental studies, environmental impact assessment, so that by the time we start project implementation, we don't have any blockage. Program approach is still feasible. That this is the second year, the second plan where we are implementing program approach. As I told you, under water and environment sector, we are contributing to 3 different programs. Much as resources are voted under Ministry of Water and Environment, but you find that some section or some departments in the ministry are under a different program. So this will continue because for government, we have 20 programs. Out of those 20 programs, we are contributing to 3 as a sector. So what are some of the challenges? What are some of the gaps? What do we need to address in this plan based on the evaluation of NDP 1, NDP 2, and NDP 3? What are the gaps? So one of the issues to address is the need to grow the economy faster. So far now, the size of our economy, our GDP growth is 6%. So we want to move from 6% maybe to 10% and above. We're also talking about a 10-fold strategy. We want to grow the economy by 10 times from the current $5 billion US. So that is very critical. And also we need to manage our physical sustainability, our physical policies. Inadequate production, productivity, and value addition is key growth areas. So we're also focusing on some of the key growth areas, what we call the ATMs. ATMs means agriculture or agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation. So if we use this as a platform to deliver this plan, then we are good to go. So we also see that there's limited application of science, technology, and innovation along the different value chain. So the use of science, technology, and innovation should be key in this plan. Limited exploitation of the available markets. I think we haven't reached most of the markets, even within the region, within East Africa, within Africa, and in the global arena. Low domestic revenue generation. This is a key factor in managing physical sustainability. It has a direct link to debt to GDP ratio. It has a direct link to financing of our projects, of financing this plan. So if we can mobilize more domestic revenue, then we can implement maybe our plan to 90%, but currently maybe we're implementing up to 50%, which is not very nice. Weak and competitive and largely informal private sector. We see that our informal sector are still weak and competitive, and also high cost of capital, the cost of borrowing. Because as you know, money, capital is one of the factors of production. So if the cost is high, then it means it also affects the implementation. Weak institution, high cost of public sector management. Members, you might have heard about RAPEX. This is what government is doing to reduce on public expenditure in those areas where there are leakages. Weak market and management of Uganda's image, and underdeveloped human capital, fiscal indiscipline. So we give just one example of persistent supplementary expenditure, but there are a number of them, which should be under rising public debt, which I said is one of the key factor, one of the key parameter in managing our physical sustainability. Inadequate infrastructure and weak maintenance culture. I know under this sector, under the WASH, we have invested a lot, but sometimes our focus is always on investing on new water infrastructure. But then we forget about the ones we have put a lot of money. So I've just been thinking aloud, why don't we, as we plan for this new infrastructure or this new investment, why don't we put a percentage that we are going to do maybe a 50 billion gravity flow scheme? Why don't we get 10% of that money and we allocate for operation and maintenance? That these facilities continue to deliver to our community. Unsustainable use of natural resources, climate change vulnerability. In my opening statement, I think I emphasized the importance of natural resources, the impacts of climate change on whatever we do, even the worst infrastructure which we are going to put in place. If we don't manage the environment, the water sources are going to dry. Then your infrastructure will not deliver. If we don't manage climate change in terms of adaptation and mitigation, we shall not do much. Weak follow-up on development results and limited collaboration among development actors. So we need to, we are saying that we need to collaborate more with the WASNet, with the government and other development partners, so that we can see where is the gap, where can we fill in the gap, and then we move together. And also regional imbalance in terms of the regions within the country. Can you bring me back? We have gone again. We have next. Yes. So what is new in this plan? What is new in this plan, in this NDP 4? What are we doing differently? So here we are saying that this plan will not be significantly different from NDP 3. Of course, we are basing on the performance analysis. We are basing on the evaluation of NDP 3, NDP 2, NDP 1. So we want to consolidate on the development gains by the previous plans. Prioritizing high impact projects, like we have always said, in the WASH sector, in the WASH, the Ministry of Water and Environment. An example of a high impacts project could be a gravity flow scheme. I don't know if majority of us here know what a gravity flow scheme is, because a gravity flow scheme can traverse and serve maybe 5 districts when you have put an investment maybe of 20 billion. Okay? That is an example what I can see as a what? An high impact project. Accelerated implementation to close previous implementation gaps. As I indicated, I think under NDP 3, I think we have implemented up to 50% because of a number of challenges, which I've highlighted up there. Ensuring stronger collaboration, follow-up management, accountability, monitoring and evaluation, reporting, program reviews is very key. Innovative financing, This is an area which the minister has picked up. We are trying to prepare a financing strategy for the Ministry of Water and Environment. So this is what we are trying to, we are drafting, and we are at advanced stage to look at alternative sources of financing outside the normal government financing, leveraging on science, technology, and innovation, ICT, to drive growth and public sector industries and services. And also we need to take advantage. We need to take advantage of the existing opportunities, particularly defining transformative approaches to drive faster growth for socioeconomic transformation. I talked about the ATMs. The ATMs. So this is the logical flow. At the end of it all, how does this plan flow? Of course, at the end of it all, we need results. So how are we going to move from the current 67% of self-water coverage in rural area to maybe 85%? So that is what we want to see in this plan, or to 100%. That is the kind of results we want to see. How are we going to increase basic or improve sanitation from the current in rural? I think is about 27% to maybe 50% or beyond. So what kind of results do we want to see here? Of course, now results, intervention strategies, interventions. Those are what you are going to do to deliver the results. And strategies are informed by, interventions informed by strategies, and then objectives, goal, Vision 2040. Vision 2040 is still our what is the goal of this plan? So we are saying that our focus is we want to achieve higher household income and employment for socioeconomic transformation. So then it means whatever we are going to do in our plan, our strategic plan, our operational plan, our budget, so try to focus on the household. Of course, there are also some other guidelines and policies by government, like the Paris Development Model, like for water, for WASH, in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education and Sports. We have done guidelines for PDM implementation, so which we have coordinated by the Ministry of Health. So we can look at the PDM guidelines and also see how does it support us to implement those interventions which will support household so that they move from subsistence economy to a man economy. The theme is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth. Employment is very key. In whatever we are going to do, how do we prioritize employment, job creation, and wealth creation? Of course, those two feed into higher household income. As the 5 strategic objectives, one is sustainably increase production, productivity, and value addition in those sectors: agriculture, oil and gas, tourism, the ATMs. And as I indicated, we subscribe to 3 programs. So for natural resource, environment, climate change, water and lands management program, coordinated by Ministry of Water and Environment, we are going to contribute to that strategic objective, and also agro-industrialization, the first strategic objective. Then 2, enhance human capital development along the entire life cycle. This is actually WASH. A human capital development is going to ensure that we deliver on this strategic objective. The WASH education and health, education and sports, Ministry of Gender, and other stakeholders within that program. Then support the private sector to drive growth. And I think this is cross-cutting. And as the group, we need to see how we support the private sector to create jobs, and also to address issues to do with climate responsive growth, build and maintain resilient infrastructure in housing, in water, industry, ICT, strengthen good governance, security, and the role of the state. Remember, we said that security is very fundamental for any successful implementation of the plan. So how do we link this plan? How do we link this NDP 4 strategic direction to what we do in the program in the sector? That table there, that matrix shows the goal, which we know of NDP 3. How is it linked to the theme? And then our objective. What are we going to do as what are our strategies? What are we going to do as WASH to ensure that we deliver on that objective, but also addressing the theme and also achieve the goal of increasing higher household income? So one of the strategies is to increase access to safe water in lagging communities. So we are looking at communities with low safe water coverage, both in urban and rural areas. We also want to rehabilitate and upgrade and maintain existing water facilities. As I indicated, that we don't need to lose focus on facilities we have put in place as we plan for new investment. Our focus is also to look at refugee and host communities. Increase access to improve hygiene, and also in rural and urban. Stuck again? IT, can you come in? Okay, the next, this part doesn't fall under WASH, but I thought there's a link between WASH and even water for production, because for this program to irrigate, to supply water for animal watering, it is still coming from water. The sources to supply and do what. So they will contribute to that objective of sustainably increased production and productivity and value addition in agriculture. In those, they're doing a number of things. They want to construct strategic water reservoirs. They want to complete multi-purpose bulk water infrastructure. They want to construct 20 new strategic water storage, 22 multi-purpose bulk water infrastructure, 150 individual valley tanks, 9 windmill, mainly, this one is mainly in Karamoja sub-region, production wells, and also operation and maintenance strategies. So we now come to environment and natural resources. This is one of the programs which is steered by the Ministry of Water and Environment under the chairmanship of the PS of Ministry of Water and Environment. Under natural resource, environment, and climate change, we know that these are the homes of water. So much as we may want to do water infrastructure, we should also take care of the what? The homes, where they're coming from, the environment. So in terms of Forest management, we still the same objective. We want to protect and increase forest and wetland cover, upscale commercial forestry and exploit opportunities, strengthen sustainable land, water and soil management, promote circular economy, waste recycling, because it has also become a problem. Enforcement, strengthen enforcement. We want to improve meteorological services. This also informs us in terms of weather, when it will rain, where, at what time, in what quantity, very key. Build national capacity for green financing. This is one of the areas for innovative financing. Promote biodiversity conservation, natural resource valuation, and accounting. I think I talked about this in terms of delivery approach. This is how we are going to deliver to implement this plan, NDP4, human capital development, WASH, agro-industrialization, natural resource, environment, and climate change. But we are going to do this in collaboration with us who are here, with the team who are here. Civil society, our development partners, religious institution, academia, and so forth and so forth. This slide just tries to emphasize the importance of WASH. Why do we prioritize WASH? Okay, we are saying that it is it's a basic human requirement for human survival along the entire value chain. We are also saying that there are also other uses, like for water for production, for livestock industries, and so forth. Natural resource is critical for reduction of disaster losses. So when we are talking about climate change and also wetlands and forests. So now the next section is about what kind of results do we want to see at the end of this plan in terms of WASH. So we are looking at that objective is a broad objective for the entire human capital development program. So that is an objective which we contribute to for the program. We have included one indicator, one key performance area of villages served. This was initially not here. So there was a political directive. So we are saying that 95% of the villages to have at least one water source from the current 79. So we, in addition to other parameters of distance or population, we have also included the parameter of a village, that we should ensure that at least each village has a safe water source. So currently, out of all the villages, we have about 71,100 and something, 120 villages in the country. 79% of that number has safe water sources. I think it's about, yeah. Then we also want to improve safe water coverage from 72, this is urban, to 85. By the end of this plan, by 2030, by June 2030, safe water coverage in the urban areas should be at 85. With your support in all areas, technical assistance and also financing. While in rural from 67 to 84, you might have noted that safe water coverage in rural areas is on a declining trend. By the end of NDP2, it was 68. Now it is 67. So we need to interrogate what could be the causes, of this. We also want to improve access to safely managed water supply services in rural from 10 to 40 and in urban from 40 to 50. This is an SDG indicator. We have now included it there. So we need to see very hard to ensure that we do that. improve sanitation from 27 to 50 in rural, and then from 32 to 58 in urban. Functionality, 80% to 90% in rural, and then 85 to 95% in rural. In addition to all this, we have also brought on board now provision of wash facilities, services in institution. Here we are targeting schools and health facilities. So this, we have just put a number of about over 14,000 institutions. We want to serve over 14,000 institutions in the next 5 years. And also, we are also targeting industrial parks, 18 industrial parks. Underwater for production, we want to increase. Currently, our cumulative water for production storage capacity is 52.6 million cubic meters. So we want to move it to 280.4 million cubic meters. And also we want to increase areas under irrigation, formal irrigation, from 22,976 to 47,036. Also functionality from the current 83 to 90.8. In terms of environment, here we are looking at wetlands and forests. Our objective is to protect, restore, and add value to forests and wetlands. So from the current 12.2 to 15.5, that is for forests, area under forests, and then from 9.3 to 10.2%. Okay. Then climate change, then area under wetland, area under climate change vulnerability. We want to reduce climate vulnerability to the effects of climate change. Currently, we're at 0.69. We want to move to 0.54. And also percentage reduction of population exposed to disaster from 16.4 to 13.6. Level of accuracy of meteorological information, 75 to 80. Then underwater resources management to ensure availability of adequate and reliable water for different uses. You want to increase the percentage of water bodies with good ambient water quality from 78 to 85. I think this is also an SDG, would be an SDG indicator. And also freshwater withdrawal from the current 1.5 billion cubic meters per year to 7.5. Then clean environment, average outdoor air quality index for cities. That PM is particle something. From 111 to 100, and then a number of green jobs. These are some of the interventions.
Commissioner, I'm going to interrupt you. We need to stand up and welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Margaret Muhanga. She's now in our midst. Welcome, Honorable. Thank you very much for joining us. Please welcome her with a round of applause. And we wish her a very good morning. And we shall do the anthems again, Mr. DJ. Yes, in the presence of our guest of honor. Let's remain standing and first do the anthems. And then Commissioner Dennis will conclude and get into other business. Thank you very much. Resume your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I'll allow Commissioner Dennis to use the next 2 minutes to conclude, and we shall then proceed with our next item on agenda. And once again, I welcome Honorable Mohanga. Thank you so much for joining in. This is the 14th Annual Civil Society Organization WASH Forum 2024. Thank you.
Can I proceed? Okay, thank you so much. I think many of these interventions had actually highlighted them before. So possibly we can move very fast. Forestry, we talked about supporting establishment and maintenance of commercial forests, develop productive, competitive environment. Green financing. IT. It has jam again, okay. Can move. Chair, I just want to highlight a few challenges. One of the challenges is limited visibility of the WASH program. In the program where WASH program and also water for production in agro-industrialization. The second challenge is about resource mismatch of the budget to implement the plan. I talked about dilapidated and aging water supply infrastructure. It's a challenge. Declining water resources due to climate change effects. There's overwhelming demand for water services by the population, yet resources are declining, and also encroachment of environment and natural resources. So we recommend maybe need to allocate adequate funds to address the funding gap. We talked about innovative financing, where the ministry is preparing a resource mobilization strategy, finance mobilization strategy to attract additional resources to complement government funding. We also want to strengthen capacity and intervention, investment, strengthen capacity and investment in operation and maintenance. How is there? Next slide. I was to the next slide. Strengthen capacity and investment operation and maintenance framework for the existing water supply infrastructure to improve their functionality, and also, where need be, expand the physical one to serve more unserved communities. Use of multiple approaches and different technologies to provide water supply services, mini pipe irrigation systems. We need to integrate climate change in all our development planning and budgeting process. As a sector, we had also written to request for creation of a specialized court to handle environmental crimes. Thank you so much.
Please, a mighty round of applause for Commissioner Ochare. I think it's not very easy to compress challenges and achievements of 3 cycles of the NDP in just 40 slides. So hats off for him. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all who came in when we had already started. We shall recognize you as we go along. But our next item on the agenda is a panel. And this panel is going to be chaired by Miss Brenda Achiro, Country Director, Water for People, Uganda. Brenda needs no introduction in this sector. If there is anyone who has dedicated all her life to the wash sector, this is Brenda. 17 years and counting in the wash sector. So Brenda, you're welcome. You will introduce your panelists, and then in the interest of time, you will encourage them to try and, summarize things so that we try and redeem time. Brenda, you're most welcome. The microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Honorable Minister, members of Parliament in the House, key practitioners in the sector, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. We will be spending the next 50 minutes, hopefully, having a panel conversation around why the minimal progress so far under the programmatic approach and what needs to be done differently to accelerate attainment of targets in the sector. 2030 is around the corner. We don't have much time, but we are cognizant of the fact that the targets are still low. There is slow progress. However, I believe we can make change in the next 5 years. And so the next 50 minutes, we shall be delving into a conversation around what can we do differently. We do have the NDP 4 coming up. It's being developed. And as we transition from the NDP 3 to NDP 4, what lessons do we draw to be able to accelerate our progress? And so for this session, we do have distinguished guests. We do have key players in the sector that will be part of the panelists. And I'll spend the next few seconds introducing them and welcoming them to take their seats on the podium. I would like to welcome Mr. Epitu Joseph, who is the Commissioner, Water and Environment Sector Liaison, Ministry of Water. Welcome to the podium. Very welcome, Mr. Epitu. And then next we shall have Dr. Herbert Navasa from the Ministry of Health. Dr. Navasa is the Commissioner, Environmental Health Division, Ministry of Health. Very welcome. We also have Honorable Nevanda Florence, woman MP, Butaleja District. She is a member of the Uganda WASH Parliamentary Forum, and of course also a woman MP, Butaleja. Very welcome, Honorable. UNICEF, we do have Mr. Stephen Wandera, a WASH specialist with UNICEF. UNICEF has worked very closely with our line ministries to see to it that we contribute to the target set before us. Very welcome, Stephen. And the next from the civil society, we do have Mr. Masudi Hamimu, the Director of Policy and Advocacy, Water Aid Uganda. Very welcome. Let's clap for him and make him feel welcome, please. And then we do have someone from the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, Miss Christine Namubiru, Program Associate. Very welcome. And please take your seat. And finally, we do have Dr. Kagwa Ronald from the National Planning Authority. Very welcome, Doctor. Please take your seat. Make the clap louder, please, if you're clapping. Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with Mr. Epitu Joseph, who is the Commissioner, Water and Environment Sector Liaison, doing a good job right there, coordinating different stakeholders. Mr. Epitu, we would like to know what strategies are being implemented to address the inadequate WASH financing, which is hindering progress towards the NDP3 targets. A microphone, please. Inadequate WASH financing. I know it's a central subject.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brenda, and greetings to all. Once again, my name is Joseph Epitu, Commissioner Water and Environment Sector Liaison in the Ministry of Water and Environment. In as far as funding for WASH is concerned, as submitted by my colleague, Commissioner Dennis Ochare, as a ministry, we recognize the fact that the government resource envelope is not adequate to finance WASH entirely. So one of the strategies we are now focusing on is to move towards innovative financing options for WASH. And this means looking for money outside the government coffers and specifically targeting the non-traditional sources. And for instance, we're looking at private sector coming to financing WASH. You must have seen the number of fecal sludge treatment plants growing across the country. We are trying to bring on board the private sector. We are also currently mobilizing the private sector to construct WASH facilities on long highways. Those of us who have traveled on Bombo Road, Bombo Gulu Road, also Masaka Road, we are increasingly mobilizing the private sector. We are also looking at foundations. Right now, as a ministry, we are conducting a study very closely with the Hilton Foundation. We are also looking at Bill and Melinda Gates. The other strategy or area we are looking at is working closely with the civil society organizations. and NGOs to mobilize resources for WASH. And then, of course, we are also focusing on the communities. The communities also contribute a lot financing WASH at household level, and we don't take that for granted. So those are some of the strategies as a ministry or as government we are looking at right now. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pitu. I have just one more for you as well. What measures are being taken to strengthen institutional arrangements to WASH service delivery? I know your department is very central in coordinating players. So would like to appreciate what institutional arrangements are there to promote sector coordination.
Of course, as a ministry, we are the Secretariat for the Natural Resources Program. And we also coordinate the program working groups that bring together various stakeholders, including the stakeholders involved in the WASH. But I must hasten to say that since the move to the program-based approach, we have had a bit of challenges with coordination because the sub-program for WASH is now under the Human Capital Development Program. And that has brought a bit of confusion, especially with the various stakeholders, including the development partners. But together with our colleagues from the three ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, we are still to work out an effective coordination mechanism to ensure that under the program-based approach, WASH is effectively coordinated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. I'll come back probably at the end for your final remarks. This is to Dr. Herbert Nabasa, the Commissioner, Environmental Health Division, Ministry of Health. Doctor, how is the Ministry of Health addressing the impact of poor sanitation and hygiene on health outcomes, particularly for the vulnerable populations?
Yes, thank you, Brenda. And I think I want to stand on the protocol to continue. First of all, addressing the impact of sanitation requires a system approach. What the ministry has been able to do is to indeed take that approach to address that burden. You note, like my colleague Peter said, WASH is a very highly cross-sectoral issue. When you look at the prayers, especially the ministries which are under the Human Capital Development Program, we all have different mandates to pray to bring to implementation level the key aspects of WASH. Now, that also brings on board all the several stakeholders that are in the WASH space. When you look at the different MDAs, different IPs, and of course the development partners. So the implementation of and delivery of effective WASH, including sanitation, to be effective requires a holistic, but more so a very coordinated approach. And so the Ministry of Health has taken a system approach to ensure that whoever is in that space is indeed able to deliver their component to the later. And so one of the strategies we have done, and many of you probably are aware, is that we came up with a coordination arrangement where we have recently developed our coordination roadmap. And as a result, we have established a national steering committee for WASH, which the minister launched a few months ago. And so we have developed different terms of reference for these committees, both the bigger committee and the national steering committee. Now, the national steering committee is supposed to be meeting quarterly to discuss the different aspects under their different dockets. The idea is that we understand different programs and be able to reduce duplicity, but also harmonize our efforts to mobilize resources. So we believe once we coordinate proper under the Human Capital Development Program, we are going to tackle the burden of sanitation, but of course, indeed, the entire WASH component. But also the other areas that we are looking at in terms of improving WASH delivery is the aspect of the HR. There's what we call human resources for health. In this context, we are looking at human resources for WASH. Now, many of you know that we have a huge cadre that spans from the local government level up the village level. The gap that we had at that level was the community level, where we tried to fill with the establishment of VHTs. So the VHTs, and of late, we have now come up with the choose the community health extension workers. The idea is that we have an established and efficient health workforce that tackles not only health service delivery, but also understands the component of the preventive health. So our cadre, whom we have actually recently developed the specific targets and indicators, are being skilled to ensure that they are innovative. You note that some of these programs are not fully funded by government. The aspect of sanitation, for instance, is a public resource, but also it's a public good, where government believes everybody has to come in and do an investment. So to do that investment proper, you've got to have everybody fully on board. And I think that's why we're trying to ensure that we have a skilled workforce that continuously engages our communities, continuously engage with the partners where they are operating in their spaces, so that we fully functionalize that service delivery. In our new structures to the hospitals, we have ensured that our cadre is well expanded. We have expanded our cadres from district level to hospital level up to health center twos, rather threes. And now every hospital is going to have an environmental health cadre. That means that the service delivery in terms of human resource has been fully catered for. The other aspect is the aspect of bringing policy fully to support the delivery of WASH. And I think at this moment, allow me to recognize our colleagues in Parliament, the WASH Forum. They are really doing us a very, very great job in terms of policy discussion, policy planning, and policy orientation of in the entire House. I don't know whether our Honorable Member Chair of WASH Forum is here, Honorable Silas, but all the colleagues are here. I want to acknowledge your presence in the House. It means a lot to debate issues of WASH on the floor of Parliament. And in fact, when you look at the membership of that forum, there are more than 100, isn't it? And so by having more than 100 members of Parliament, and I think our Honorable Minister of State for Primary Health Care, whose docket WASH is anchored, is a member of WASH. And I thought the House is doing a lot in terms of policy orientation, and we are doing a lot together to influence policy planning. So one of the things we are targeting to influence financing is to ensure that we have the highest take-in and buy-in to ensure that we fully address the burden of sanitation and hygiene at the last mile.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that. One more for you again is we would like to appreciate the initiatives that the ministry is encouraging to promote behavioral change. We want to see the people change. Are there specific approaches and the initiatives that the ministry is encouraging?
Thank you, Brenda. And indeed, like I said, the biggest burden to tackle currently is the burden of the mindset. You note, for instance, Commissioner Dennis presented the figures. You have seen how figures are not very good. The hand hygiene, for instance, is below 50%. We have taken the lessons that the country has had, for instance, the outbreaks. When you look at the burden of outbreaks, for instance, Ebola, COVID, all these have opened our eyes. We have seen that a simple act of hand hygiene, for instance, can change the entire disease burden landscape. So we are taking mindset change as a very serious issue. We are engaging through public sector and media to ensure that our messages reach the last mile. We have developed a communication strategy that takes the last mile, the message, the last mile. When you look at the partners we are working with, for instance, IRC for systems, water aid, in terms of developing materials, UWASNet. So we are taking the approach of ensuring that we reach everybody all the time. Because, for instance, some of the things that we are grappling with might not require funding per se. When you look at open defecation, for instance, there's no amount of money that you can invest in the country to ensure that people do not defecate in the bush. Okay? So some of these are mindset change issues that require a holistic approach and a whole of government approach so that all those people who are supposed to play their role indeed play their role. So we are coming up, for instance, one of the innovations is come up with the National Cleaning Days. When you look at the neighboring countries like Rwanda and others, they have come up with designated days for cleaning. So they wake up on a certain Saturday of a month and everybody's cleaning their premise, be it in town, be it in their community, be it in a hospital. And I think that's what we are trying to, replicate here in Uganda. We developed a strategy and it is actually now before cabinet. Anytime I think we'll go and defend it. The moment cabinet approves it, we're going to see a country that has now taken the strategy of waking up into national cleaning, whereby cleaning becomes an individual responsibility. So mindset change, taking an individual responsibility, ensuring that everybody invests in their own wash, in their own sanitation, their own cleaning, because washing yourself is your own responsibility. You begin with the personal hygiene before you can actually talk about public hygiene and public places. So we want to ensure that everybody takes responsibility of their own hygiene by doing what they're supposed to be doing, but also ensuring that they invest. Brenda, for instance, that we've been struggling to implement some of the innovative ideas to market, for instance, sanitation, where you market sanitation and ensure that everybody comes up to invest, put up their own toilet, put up their own water hand hygiene facility, ensure if it's a school, we ensure that the school is responsible, again, to keep the hygiene in the school and ensure that the children have proper hygiene. So the mindset change at all levels, be it individual, be it institutional, be it government ministries or private sector, is something the Ministry of Health and indeed the line ministries think can be vital in changing behavior and addressing the burden of hygiene and indeed the entire wash landscape.
Thank you very, very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. Certainly, we need collective action at all levels to see that there's behavior change happening. Before we get to the next panelist, I would like to encourage anybody who might have a question coming up. Please take note of it. I'll give a few people an opportunity to ask questions in case of clarity. Next, we'll be hearing from Honorable Nevanda Florence. Would like to appreciate what policy and legislative reforms are being considered to support wash sector development. Honorable.
Thank you, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Nevanda Andi Florence is my name, woman member of Parliament Butaleja, a member of the Wash Forum, and amidst us, I'm representing our chair, Honorable Silas, and I'm also a member on the Committee of Health of Parliament, and I'm also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Water is a basic need of life, and we cannot live without it. And we need it in our day-to-day day living. So it's upon us as government and as legislators to ensure that we put policies in place and make sure that allocations are put in place to support our people, both in the urban and rural setting. Government has recognized WASH as a means of alleviating poverty in order to achieve sustainable development. As Parliament, the following reforms, these are the following reforms that we've put in place. That is the National Water Policy Framework to address the sanitation, sewage, and health concerns. The second policy as Parliament that we've put in place is the sector financing. As Parliament, we have different sectors that cover or support WASH, that is health, agriculture, and water, the Ministry of Water. And as Parliament, we have tried as much as possible to allocate more money or more resources in those various sectors to capture the missing gaps. We are also coming up with a sanitation and hygiene legislative policy. It's in the pipeline. And we're still being reviewed, but very soon it will be brought on the floor of Parliament for discussion.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Nevanda. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize Honorable Silas Elgon, who has just walked in, and he's the chair of the Uganda Parliamentary Wash Forum. You're welcome, Honorable. Honorable Nevanda, back to you. I know you did touch a little bit on it, on the wash financing and, pushing for increased allocation. How is Parliament ensuring budgetary allocations align with the National Development Plan in order to meet our WASH targets? I think looking at the presentation from Commissioner Ochare, something needs to be done differently. We need to see some acceleration. How can Parliament ensure increased budgetary allocations in line with the NDP4 that is under development?
Thank you very much. As government, we are working hand in hand with the National Planning Authority to ensure that WASH concerns are covered. And at the same time, we are trying to promote sector coordination and also ministerial policy, like I've said, and make sure that the budget paper framework also covered the issues concerning WASH. In a special way, allow me to also recognize our donors from the different countries who have been working hand in hand in government. Please give them a round of applause, because as government, we cannot work on our own. We cannot take your support and your financing for granted. You've been really, really helpful in addressing WASH concerns alongside government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Moving to UNICEF. We all know UNICEF has been a very strong funder, partner to the line ministries, doing a lot of work, working through government. Mr. Stephen, how is UNICEF addressing the disparities in WASH access between rural and urban areas?
Yes, thank you very much, Brenda. As you know, UNICEF supports government in its programs. And the UNICEF program is, we are running now, Government of Uganda UNICEF Country Program 2021 to 2025. So in there, we are, of course, following government policy being led by government strategies and plans. And as concerns the disparities between, is it rural and urban?
Yes.
Between rural and urban. Well, UNICEF is has been addressing for a long time the rural gaps in WASH. We've been very strong in supporting communities to be able to improve their WASH situation. But as time goes, we realize that there is a movement from the rural to urban. There have been disparities whereby the rural has been lower, but we also find that in urban areas right now, there are a lot of, especially informal communities or informal settlements that are having very low levels of access to water, access to sanitation. And increasingly, UNICEF is moving towards that. A few years ago, we started by supporting Mukono Municipal Council. We supported them to put in place a municipality plan for water and sanitation. And we slowly are learning lessons from that and moving out to support districts like Kamuli and Ajumani for especially the urban poor, because Well, most of us usually support, have been like in sanitation, we've been supporting containment, but now we realize more and more we need to look and address the whole sanitation service chain, from containment, emptying, transportation, treatment, disposal, and reuse. As the urban areas also become more and more significant in our programs. So basically, yes, we are moving towards also supporting the peri-urban and urban poor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Stephen. I think, yes, that shift towards looking at the urban and peri-urban areas, I think is critical. Great. We would also like to know what partnerships UNICEF has forged to leverage resources and expertise for WASH development.
UNICEF, we work with, especially as I said before, we work with government mostly. We have, in our work, we have tried to see that what we do is actually sustainable. That's why most of our programs are actually, we work together with the ministries, the core ministries, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Water and Environment, and of course the other ministries that impact WASH. And lower still, we work with the districts and right down to the communities. This is so that we can have sustainability. And but not to say that we don't have partnerships. We also work with other development partners in addressing the problems that, or the gaps and the capacity issues that are there. We work with a number of CSOs. We've had a very big program in Karamoja, and we've been working with C&D, that is an Italian company, to make sure that communities are mobilized to be able to receive WASH services. So yes, but basically we really try to see that we work closely with government for sustainability purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, an important point right there. Working with and through government for sustainability, system strengthening. Next, we'll be hearing from WaterAid. WaterAid has been at the forefront of numerous advocacy efforts in the sector. So Mr. Masudi would like to know what advocacy efforts WaterAid is undertaking to prioritize WASH in the National Development Agenda.
Thank you very much, Brenda, our moderator. In influencing and shaping the policy process, WaterAid has been making some interventions on several fronts, but one of them is on public health. And I'm very glad that Commissioner Dr. Nabasa mentioned the great work of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum. So WaterAid has been working with the Uganda Parliamentary Forum to make sure that their work plans, their strategic plans, or that they are in shape to deliver. So I've been supporting them.
A bit more loudly, Mr. Masudi, please. A bit more loudly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have been working with the Uganda Parliamentary Forum to make sure that the ability to deliver on the floor of parliament and in committees is strengthened. So that has been one of the interventions that we have been doing. And then the second one has been working with the Ministry of Health. Recently, we supported the ministry in coming up with the environmental health strategy. This is supposed to respond to the environmental challenges of the country, from district level to the national level. That is as far as the Ministry of Health is concerned. We've also been doing the same with the Ministry of Water, and more so to strengthen some of its institutional capacities to develop, to deliver. We have supported the Eastern Umbrella, which most of you know takes care of WASH facilities that we develop in communities and make sure that they are maintained and sustained. Then we have also of recent been reaching out to the climate change department and making sure that there are strong policies on climate change and how the country is responding, and also how resources are located. That is the work in progress. It's not very well streamlined, but there's something going on. Beyond that, we have also participated in the National Development Plan 4 processes, and we supported a position paper on WASH, and that is ongoing as well. The third one is that we have been involved in the national and district planning processes and budgeting. So like budgeting conferences, we have been there trying to make sure that these things are inputted in plans, but also in the budgets from the local government level. I could also add that we have conducted formative research for hygiene behavior change in the East in partnership with the School of Public Health at Makerere University. We want to make sure that this informs national policies on hygiene behavior change. This work is in progress, but again, this has been launched again, and we continue to work with all the line ministries, but also with the Uganda Parliamentary Forum to make sure that such policies and laws that will come on the floor of Parliament are responding to this new information from our researchers. I would also state that WaterAid has developed guidelines for the WASH in healthcare facilities, okay, which is still very slow. Okay, thank you. This is loud. Yeah, so we have been supporting the development of guidelines for WASH in healthcare facilities. So in a nutshell, that's what we have been doing to make sure that we influence policies in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Masudi. And I know WaterAid will be having, I think, a session or a presentation around the WASH for Business campaign, which is, I think, a strong advocacy tool and mechanism. So just to encourage the members of the audience to look out for that, more advocacy initiatives. Yes, now we would like to hear from the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. We do know you have experience in budget analysis, tracking. Today, we would like to know what innovative approaches the group is using to engage citizens to demand accountability for WASH service delivery. Christine, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christina Namubiru, and I'm representing the Executive Director of Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. Just a brief background, CSBAG is a group, just like you hear group, is a coalition of over 100 members, of which 40% of our members are sub-national CSOs. And we work towards ensuring that national resources are allocated, mobilized in a more efficient way that benefits the marginalized groups. When it comes to engaging citizens to demand for accountability for WASH, we tailor our work around the budget process. Currently, I don't know if we all know what's happening. We have what we call the local government budget consultations. They are currently underway and they're concluding on Friday. So we use such a space before we go in for these consultations. We convene our members from the national and sub-national level. We convene them, we draft position papers. We look at those pertinent issues under the WASH sector and other programs, the human capital, environment, tourism, and we present these papers during those consultations with Ministry of Finance and representatives from different local governments. But we also have what we call the National Budget Framework paper. and the ministerial policy statements. When these papers are released, for example, the NBFP comes out 31st of December, we still sit back and we look at what has been put in this paper, and then we are able to analyze and come up with issues that we think need to be addressed in the coming budget. When it comes to citizens, could be on the subnational level, we have what we call budget monitoring and expenditure tracking. CSBAGers is part of a consortium, that's the Right to Grow consortium, where we advocate for our main purpose is to ensure that all children under the age of 5 reach their full potential. And the things we look at are nutrition, food security, and WASH. So this budget monitoring and expenditure tracking, we train our citizens. We train them on the concepts of WASH. We train them on skills of lobbying and advocacy. I don't know if most of us have been a part of, or have had a chance to go to subnational level, but if you ever interact with these people and inquire if they know that they are meant to hold their leaders accountable, you'll be surprised that most of them are not aware. So it is through this training of budget monitoring and expenditure tracking that we empower our citizens. We show them how effectively they can engage their local government leaders, straight from the parish chiefs to the LCs and the district planners. But we also offer technical support in drafting position papers or issue papers for the case of sub-counties. Like I mentioned, the ongoing consultations with Ministry of Finance. So different citizens from different districts come up and are like, yeah, we want to present our papers to the sub-county conferences, but we need support in this. So CSBAG is able to offer that. We offer technical support to these people with drafting the position papers. We also have, at CSBAG, we produce simplified budget guides for districts. It's not all districts in the country, but most of them. And we have what we call fact sheets. These simplified budget guides, we believe, we know, you see how the budget is. It's a very huge document. And when you come down to district budgets, it's really hard for a normal citizen to understand what's embedded in the document. So we go ahead to simplify this for them. We show them where money for water is under the Department of the sub-program of rural water supply and sanitation. We show them that, for example, in Nyombe, I have a figure here, the department was allocated to 2.2 billion. So, and there's so many different interventions under that department. So when we put out this information, and it's in most cases on our website, we try to popularize it with the citizens and urge them to monitor the monies that have been sent to their respective districts. If we have money for borehole rehabilitation and we see it has been put in the budget, are the citizens aware? Do they know that they need to monitor and see if this budget, this rehabilitation process has been undertaken effectively? And lastly, the other way we engage citizens to demand for accountability is through dialogues with different MDAs. We usually hold those throughout the entire budget process with different stakeholders. That's the academia, parliament. And what I forgot to mention is that when we draft these papers, in response to the ministerial policy statements and the national budget framework paper, we don't just stop there. We rather present them to the parliamentary committees. So it's from there that then we can gauge the impact of our work. I'm happy to report that this year, when we took part in that process, out of the 16 proposals we submitted to Parliament, at least 4 under the WASH sector were adopted. So I think that needs a hand clap. Yeah, thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Christina. And that last point is a very interesting one, because I was going to ask you for one or two policy recommendations that have been advocated for by that group. But if you could just highlight for us one or two of those proposals that you were successful with, being taken up.
Okay,
upon.
this year one of our proposals that was taken up is the funding operation and maintenance of water supply systems in underfunded districts. And we see that government came up with different interventions under the budget. We see where we have 10 billion in this current financial year for the water acceleration project, but there were also other interventions for the solar powered water systems across these different districts. Other policy recommendations we advocated for government to integrate the WASH in health facilities in the coastal district plans. Realize that most district technocrats are not well versed with how best they can incorporate WASH sensitive interventions in their work plans. And moderator, I'm happy to say, as I've been moving around advocating for WASH in the local budget consultations, most LGs, the technocrats are now aware. They are aware of the issues of WASH in schools mainly and health centers, and they are willing to incorporate them in their work plans for the next coming financial year. Thank you so much.
Very, very much. Thank you, Christina. Good work right there. Finally, we'll be hearing from the National Planning Authority, Dr. Ronald Kagwa. Doctor, would like to know what specific challenges hindered the achievement of the NDP3. I know you've presented this in several fora, but it will benefit this particular convening. Would like to appreciate the challenges that were faced in achieving the NDP3 WASH targets, and you'd let us know what strategies are coming on board in view of NDP4. What do we want to do differently for NDP4 to be a success? Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Brenda, Honorable Minister, and colleagues. Now in NDP4, NDP3, we're just rolling out the program approach to planning, moving away from the sector to the program approach to planning. Now this was new, so we faced resistance. There was the need for mindset change. So that was a big hindrance to WASH, and yet WASH requires an integrated approach where many players come on board to achieve WASH goals. So the fact that programs were coming for the first time, people were just learning about them, therefore they were not clearly understood and appreciated. But I want to say, as we go to NDP4, there is a better understanding and appreciation of the program approach to planning and budgeting. I also wish to note that WASH was marginalized, if I can say, in the bigger human capital development program. There were bigger, brothers in the program that marginalized WASH, that its visibility was very, very low. I don't want to mention the big brothers, but the cross-cutting nature of WASH should have come within these other people that constitute the Human Capital Development Program. On another note, I also want to note that the participation of WASH champions in the program working group was very low. They were not going for meetings. Their concerns were not being articulated as they should be. Please, can you re-examine your participation in NDP3 in the program working group? I think that was also a big, challenge that led to, many targets not being achieved. Of course, there were coordination gaps. Coordination gaps in planning, in budgeting, in monitoring and evaluation, especially in the line MDAs. that constitute the WASH. So many WASH issues not come out because of limited coordination, in planning and budgeting. Now, we're also concerned about the targets that were set in NDP 3. They were not ambitious. The targets that we set in NDP 3 were not ambitious. They did not spur the effort that we really wanted to see that WASH comes on the forefront of national development. I think this was a big problem. And there was also limited investment in WASH infrastructure. Beyond the water, there is a need for sanitation infrastructure. There was limited investment in sanitation infrastructure. We have very old sanitation infrastructure in the country. So this was a key, program, challenge that led to, not achieving our targets. And lastly, COVID-19 came in, it disorganized our planning. So many were not on course in many of these activities that we wanted because of COVID-19. But in another way, it was a blessing to WASH. The visibility of WASH in COVID, in tackling the COVID challenge, came out. So there were more hand washing facilities in public institutions, in markets, and some of them were actually still, going on. Unfortunately, when COVID-19 reduced or ended, maybe it has never ended, but reduced, these good practices that we had, stopped somehow. So COVID-19 was a blessing to WASH in that it made it, very relevant to human, survival. But these good practices, are going down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. One last one for you. Excuse me. In view of the climate change just transition agenda, would like to know what alternatives are out there for the public. Taking, for example, over 80% of the country relies on wood fuel and maybe only 6% on smart energy or clean energy. What government options are out there for the public in view of this just transition agenda?
Okay, I want to mention that we are undergoing many changes, structure changes, for example. And these changes make some people to be disadvantaged. Right now we have what you call the RAPEX, rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, where people are losing their jobs. Institutions of government are being, added together. Therefore, we need to see how do we accommodate the victims of structure change, to see that there is no loser, but all of us are winners. We optimize the gains from, these changes. Therefore, we are developing what we call a just transition framework, which creates opportunities of income and employment to all those who are disadvantaged by change. In climate change, for example, we are adopting energy efficient technologies. We are also looking to renewable energy. We have biomass energy, which supports the majority of our people. If you look at the economy of Germany, that economy is supported by charcoal. But now the directive is no more charcoal, export production. If you look at the charcoal value chain from Adjumani up to Kampala, there are many people who are supported by that value chain. So the Just Transition Framework looks at opportunities of those that are victims of that transition from biomass to new renewable energy. It looks at reskilling them, retooling them, we can also take them to other, areas where we give them new opportunities. If you look at green energy, there are many opportunities that can be got out of green energy, where our people need new skills in solar energy, for example, new skills in the if you look at, we are moving to borders which use electricity. There are opportunities there in the new borders that use electricity, in the charging stations. We need to retrain our people to use these activities. We need investments by the private sector, investments by the government to see that these new changes do not disadvantage our people. Instead, they gain out of them. And I want to say that NDP4 looks at these issues and adjustments have been made to ensure that these people are not disadvantaged, but they're brought on board. Lastly, Brenda, as I wind up, I want to mention that we have the border economy in Uganda, a very big, economy that supports the majority of our people in the informal sector. NDP4 looks at mass transportation, where we want buses and the trains to come up. Already we have a train which is going up to Namamve. It's about to go to Mukono and maybe other areas of Kampala. But these people are going to be disadvantaged if we move to mass transportation. So we need to find a way of accommodating the border people, giving them new jobs, new skills to adjust to the changes. Otherwise, they become a security issue and their livelihoods and the people that depend on them will be compromised. And thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Doctor. Many transitions right there, right? Thank you very much. I'll give an opportunity to just one or two questions for any of the panelists as we move towards wrapping this up. Anybody has a question for clarity? Okay, we have one there. Can we move a mic to the gentleman right there? And then Honorable, yes. From that gentleman, we'll go to the table where we have the members of parliament. We have two people there, and we'll keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. I just want to pick it from the last presenter from the national planning, where he mentioned that in the National Development Plan 3, there was limited investment in sanitation infrastructure. And when you look at the National Development Plan 4, when you look at the targets being set, it seems to be that the targets are still low as you compare when we are trying to achieve our SDG, especially SDG 6. When you see the target set, as if there is a discrepancy. When you talk of there was limited investment, it seems also in the NDP4, there was also, it is not being addressed when you look at the target set. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. The panelists will note the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Akwang Nicholas, the Principal Assistant COW, local government. I have a question that can be answered by Commissioner from Ministry of Water and Environment or the doctor from National Planning Authority. Now, I know that the national plan that will enable our country to deliver the sustainable development goal target is the NDP4. But borrowing from the presentation made by Commissioner Dennis Suchare, the worst targets that are set in the NDP4 is less than 100%. And yet the Sustainable Development Goal target number 6A and B is to attain 100% safe water coverage for both rural and urban. But the NDP4 target set, as presented by Dennis Suchare, puts 84% for safe water coverage for rural, and then 85% safe water coverage for urban. Why is that missing link? I thought in NDP4 we would now set it at 100% instead of 84, 85. because it's the last plan that will deliver us to that global agenda 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question.
The table where we have the honorable members of parliament.
Thank you. My name is Silas, the chair of WASH Forum in Parliament. And my question goes to CS Bag. And I would love, first of all, to congratulate you upon the achievement of the 4 issues that you submitted and they were taken by Parliament. I think you said you had like 14 issues that you went with to Parliament. Out of that, at least you go to 4. I'm so interested in the balance. I'm interested in the balance. Which ones were the other ones? And what is the strategy that you are applying this time around to make sure that you get even those 9 also? I don't know the number which is remaining, but we are so excited about the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Dr. Ronald. Looks like you're the one on the hot seat. We'll take a couple of.
Thank you, moderator. I want to thank all the stakeholders at this annual Civil Society Organization Forum. However,
I will both respond to that. But we'll start with Dr. Kagwa. You seem to have the most questions. Please take the floor.
I hope I got all the questions. In terms of investment in infrastructure, yes, I want to mention that this time there is better funding to WASH. Yes, WASH is anchored in the Human Capital Development Program. And under this program, there are special interventions, and these interventions have got budgets to them. So we hope that NDP4 will give better funding to WASH, which should also address the issue of infrastructure. It has been mentioned that the targets are still low. Yes, that may be true, but in NDP4, we have redefined these targets and made them somehow ambitious without losing the reality on the ground. You know, you need to be ambitious, but also look at the reality, the resource envelope, the time, and how you have been performing over the years. So we have those redefined targets, which cover the entire WASH value chain. And also, we have looked at the cross-cutting nature of WASH. For the first time in NDP4, the refugee WASH linkage comes out. Refugees have got a special, aspect in WASH. This has not been captured in our planning processes. Now it comes out. The WASH malnutrition or nutrition component is also coming out. And that was also something that we have had, which gives to more visibility to WASH and also to the targets. Now, again, on targets, somebody's concerned about the global targets versus the national targets. The global targets just give us, a framework, a platform to reflect on ours. We may not necessarily link or to map our targets to the global targets. Sometimes the global targets are less ambitious than the national targets. Sometimes the global targets are more ambitious than the national targets. So national targets are informed by the realities on the ground, the resource envelope, the manpower, the capacity that you have, the time that you have, and how did you perform. For example, in urban water coverage was supposed to be 100% in NDP3. It was reduced to 85 or 84, 85. This was informed by the lessons learned. It does not make sense to have a higher target which you are not going to achieve. So you scale down where possible to reflect, the realities on the ground. I think those are the questions, unless otherwise raised to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Nabasa.
Thank you so much. The question on from Honorable about the open identification. Indeed, the statistics are still not good when you look at what we are currently having, both in rural and urban. I think we still have every 8 or 9 people out of 100 doing open identification in towns, in the urban setting, and about 16 or thereabout in the villages doing open identification. Our roadmap for up to 2025, and of course in line with the SDGs, aim to identification, I think, by next year, but also up to 2030 fully. Now, obviously, like many indicators, open identification still becomes a challenge. We hope with the new paradigm and the thinking that we are taking, probably by the next few years, we're going to change this indicator. The new policy on hygiene, on sanitation and hygiene that is coming on board has both incentives and disincentives. We are deploying a carrot and stick because we hope the mindset change is not working and giving us all the results that we desire to have. So with the new policy on sanitation coming on board in the next few months, and thanks to UNICEF for supporting our new policy on sanitation and hygiene, we are doing it in a way that we deploy a carrot and a stick as well, because with the punishments, we can change some bad behaviors in communities. But also by providing incentives where possible, we can see self-investment, the market approach that we spoke to earlier, with getting many people investing on their own without forcing them, their own toilets, their own hand washing facilities. So once you have a new policy in place, and of course with a combination of the other efforts, we hope we can completely eliminate open defecation in Uganda. And that ties to the aspect of diarrheal diseases. All the water-related diseases actually are as a result of bad behavior, low funding, mindset. We hope that with the many incentives, with many initiatives coming on board, we are going to, first of all, increase latrine coverage, because I think the indicators show that people are now voluntarily investing on their own to have more latrine coverage. But also with many outbreaks, people are now appreciating that hand hygiene is a priority to all. So we believe that we will continue to engage the public to be able to improve their wash status. But also as a health sector, we have taken on the preventive approach direction. And I think this I need to applaud all the partners who are here, the development partners. My minister is here. She will attest that we have been having a budgeting process that is really lopsided. 80% into curative and response, 20% into prevention. The current engagement at Ministry of Health and indeed across the sector is to flip the funding arrangement so that we are more into the preventive arena, whereby now all the departments are appreciating, and this is not politics. I will tell you, for instance, all the programs of Ministry of Health have appreciated the role of integration. When you look at UNEP, the immunization program, for instance, they have gone into solarizing all the hospitals. We are starting with about 200 hospitals. So the hospitals are going to be solarized. So the solar is for the cold chain, but also we are going to use the same solar for the water, the pumping water systems into the hospitals. So that will now narrow the gap of poor access to water in many of these hospitals. But also we are looking at, for instance, the healthcare waste. Why should you produce waste as a private hospital and pass on the burden to government, to public, and then you have seen dumping of this waste into open spaces? So we are going into integrated approach whereby all the programs of government, all the development partners are taking on preventive arrangements so that investments do not look only at response mechanism and treatment and rehabilitation, but also prevent. We are aware that almost 70% of our disease burden is preventable. And so if we change our budgets, and I'm happy that NDP now is appreciating the role of WASH. I'll also want you to put your hands together that in the current NDP4, WASH has been given space to stand alone as a component. Isn't that so, Dr. Kagwa? So a big round that now WASH is a priority in our planning and investment. And I think we're going to see much change in the coming few years. Raymond, thank you so much for reminding me that in the last 1 month, we launched the biggest important document, one of the most important documents, the National Health and the HNAP, Health and National Adaptation Plan for Uganda. This is first in Africa, and it is the second in the whole world after Nepal. What this means is that we are now prioritizing improving our systems, making them more resilient and making them more prepared to handle emergencies when they occur. Of course, allow me also to note that with the WASH NAP and together with the climate change and health NAP, we are going to address many of these emerging and re-emerging health challenges that are WASH related. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll move the microphone to Commissioner Epito.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I had 3 questions directed to me, but I think one has been answered by Ronald from NPA. So I will respond to 2, one from Lillian, and then the one on NAPS. Now, Lillian, you wanted to know what internal systems we are putting in place to coordinate and handle the innovative approaches that we are introducing, mobilize resources for WASH, if I got you clearly. Now, for us to manage the resources effectively, we need to improve on our reporting. We need to improve on our data collection methods, and we need to strengthen our capacities. So as a ministry, we have just put in place a water and environment management information system that is supposed to help us with the data collection for all the, on WASH. But also, we shall be collecting data on all the other sectors, activities that the ministry coordinates, including sanitation, water, environment, climate change, water resources management. So we hope that with a fully functioning management information system, we should be able to monitor and track the resources that are coming into the sector or the program for WASH. But also we need to accompany that with capacity building of the human resources and also institutional strengthening. Commissioner Nabas has just told you that under NDP4, WASH is now being upgraded to a standalone component. That should help us coordinate the activities under WASH across the 3 ministries effectively, but also across the other stakeholder institutions, the CSOs and the private sector. Then the other question was on NAPS. Yes, as a country, we have just developed NAPS for WASH. Earlier on, we also developed NAPS for agriculture. The next step after this is to ensure that we use these NAPS that have been developed, mobilize resources to address the highlighted gaps. So as a ministry, of course, you are aware that we have been accredited to both Adaptation Fund and also the Green Climate Fund. And we are strengthening our resource mobilization units to ensure that we mobilize climate finance resources to implement our NAPS. So, but also that of course goes hand in hand with the capacity building. To access climate finance, you need the capacity to do so in terms of human resources, in terms of systems, in terms of institutions, because the process is very elaborate. So, but as a ministry, we are focusing on capacity building in that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pitu. Finally, I'll give Dr. Kagwa a minute. He wants to highlight on what it means for WASH to be a separate component. And I think that will be one of the greatest highlights of this conversation. And then we'll be done.
Thank you very much, Brenda. First of all, I wish to congratulate the WASH fraternity for the achievements that have been registered and as reflected in NDP4. I know you have been always wanting to influence the development agenda of the country. And I want to tell you that your efforts have been, rewarded. The NDP4, I think, is the first. I think that requires a clap. Hmm? Yes. You have been really working very hard to see that you look at, you get more visibility in our development planning process. Now, for the first time, the link between WASH and the development has been recognized. WASH looks, creates employment, revenue, and is value addition to human capital. You add the value to human capital, you empower the human being. It is a means of poverty reduction. This articulation has not been coming out very well, but at least it has been recognized. And we hope to have a better way, a better, NDP4 with WASH being recognized. All their interventions along the WASH value chain, all of them, they are there, they are reflected in our planning process. So that's what I wanted to mention, that you're now better in NDP4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to request everybody in this room to give a big, big hand clap for our panelists for a good job. Thank you. And please, you may take your seats. Thank you very much, panelists. Please take your seats. Thank you. That was quite insightful. The WASH sector is rich in knowledge, rich in statistics, rich in proposals, rich in intellectuals, rich in all ways. So pardon us when we seem to overshoot the time, because sometimes there are discussions that you cannot really cut short. We thank the panelists for giving us a sneak peek into where we're going as a sector come NDP5. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a working tea, and the waiters and waitresses are doing a good job in taking one batch of individuals after another to pick a cup of tea and come back, so that we don't really have to cut short our program. When they come to your table, please respond like a hungry person. Okay, we're going to have entertainment. We have our school, our special primary school from Mulago. Their teachers are the ones that are doing for us the sign language. This is a special needs school. They have one item for us. And Mr. Muyange John, who's right here, has prepared them adequately. They want to tell us about WASH. They want to tell us about WASH by way of entertainment. We thank you so much, Mr. Muyange, for preparing these youngsters. And surely when we see them, we have faith that the next generation of WASH experts is surely upon us. Welcome, youngsters. Thank you so much for accepting to be here and for accepting to entertain us. Our friends online, please make your feelings known. Use the chat box. If you're not hearing, let us know. If you're not seeing, let us know. If you have a comment, let us know, so that we don't leave anyone behind in this discussion. The youngsters are ready. Their teacher is organizing them. This is a special needs school, Mulago, School of the Deaf. And we're really happy to have them. In the WASH sector, we are very intentional about inclusion. We don't want anyone left behind, and that's why we deemed it appropriate to have these special ones from Mulago School of the Deaf. And once I sense that they are ready, I will stop yapping and let them take their moment. Thank you so much. Are they ready, Mr. John? Yes. Okay, they are set, and let's get on with it.
Thank you very much, dear young ones. Before they go, somebody offered to tell us what the message was. To be honest, at some point I got lost, but as ED gets ready to come here and give us highlights of the CSO report, let someone volunteer, please. And so that we are sure that we have got the message. I saw people smiling and following. Somebody please tell us what it was all about. Ah, okay. Did we follow? Did we get the message? Okay, I'll ask Mr. Muyenga to tell us what, Muyange to tell us briefly what the little ones were telling us about. These are all special needs kids. They're from the Mulago School of the Deaf. So sign language is their thing. We have been challenged, some of us who don't know all these signs. Mr. Muyenga, please, briefly.
Thank you very much. This is deaf children from Mulago School for the Deaf. They are all deaf. Mulago is situated in Mulago Hospital, Old Mulago. And these children come from different parts of Africa. Some from Sudan, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, plus our Ugandans. So we accommodate them fully in the school because of the distances. And what they have been performing is about steps of wash. What do you do first? Wash is not just wash, then begin eating, but there are steps to be followed. You smear yourself with soap. After soap, you wet your hands. After wetting your hands, then you wash in the palm. After washing the palm, then you wash on top of the palm. After washing the top of the palm, between the fingernails, between the fingers, all that steps until you finish, then wrap your hands, you move away. It's not just mere washing your hands. That's what they have been performing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And we look forward to many more messages from the young ones. I'd like now to welcome the ED to give us highlights from the annual WASH CSO report. Welcome, Yunia.
Thank you. Thank you, Lydia. Members, the session we've just ended where the children have inspired us. Allow me to acknowledge our members, Viva Conagua and Sidi, who are going to, who have committed to provide this kind of entertainment and reminder that as we go on implementing our WASH programs, we should leave no one behind, including the children and the adults in different states of mind. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the State Minister of Primary Health Care, Minister of Health. All of you are invited guests. Allow me to observe protocol because we already welcomed you. Like Lydia has indicated, and as per the program, I just want to take us straight to the point of one of the objectives of this annual meeting that we hold as the Water Sanitation and Environment Implementing Partners. I request, I don't know, can it be enlarged in a way? As IT is addressing that, I just thought that we need to remind ourselves, and I think from morning, all the speeches, the panel, and all the other speakers, they all reminded us that water and sanitation and the theme of this 14th annual CSO forum is reminding us that the programs that we're implementing that fall under SDG 6, they're quite a big pillar to sustainable development. And this was recognized with the formation of the Sustainable Development Goals, where water, sanitation, and environment contribute to each of those different goals. Whether you're talking about poverty eradication, whether you're talking about women emancipation, whether you're talking about addressing climate change, you have to make sure that water and sanitation is addressed because it links to all the different goals. And also, when you come back to our home country, Uganda, especially the last speaker of the panel, Mr. Kagwa from National Planning Authority, who acknowledged that, yes, this has been acknowledged, and thanks to the voices of government and the civil society organizations that we made to make sure that, yes, our sectors are recognized as key pillars to the development of this country. What I'm going to present to you today is a testimonial from us as a civil society, where we are trying to fulfill the mutual accountability mechanism, where we are accountable, first of all, to each other, to the development partners who support us, and to you as government, because many times we come to you calling for accountability, being transparent, but we are saying that that has to start with us as civil society. And this is mainly because if we account, if we fulfill and submit our reports to you, then we can jointly be able to assess the performance of the country, where we are, regards attaining the targets that have been read, that have been shared to us by the different speakers of where we are and where we want to be, either by 2030 as per NDP 4 or beyond as per Vision 2040. And also, if we are able to contribute to this reporting, we are contributing to leaving no one behind, because that is a key testimony that we, as especially as civil society organizations, advocate for, whether globally or nationally. And you can only attain that, and I think we stand to testify, if, just like the Commissioner Epitu shared, and also Commissioner Ochare shared, one of the objectives and the new thinking within NDP4, where they're prioritizing collaboration and coordination and planning, joint planning, so that together we can target whoever is not served with water and sanitation. I just want a small recap for the benefit of those who may not be familiar with the WASNET, who we are. We are a membership of now close to 170 civil society organizations that implement within the water and sanitation sector. And we are overseen by a board of directors. Our chairperson welcomed you early this morning, and we have a board of directors who provide the strategic direction, and they're nominated by the General Assembly to make sure that they steer the mandate and objectives of the network. And we rely our national mandate on those two coordination structures, which are the regional coordination structures, on which much of this reporting that I'm going to share with you today is hinged on their feedback and mobilization. But also we have the thematic working groups who are going to input so much to the discussions of the next 3 days, and they also input so much in coordinating the voices of our members under those 7 different thematic areas against which we now provide that evidence that we generate from our members to provide the key messages in the different forums and stakeholders with whom we engage. They didn't declare, CSBAG didn't declare, NPA didn't declare, but Allied Ministries, they all know that it's through these structures that we now come up with the messages that we'd like CSOs for government to address and other stakeholders. In brief, like I've shared, our main mandate is coordination of voice to effectively influence policy and practice at different levels, but also facilitate learning, sharing amongst our members, just like we are going to do, and the objective of this forum, and promote partnerships and synergies between the CSOs and different stakeholders. Our membership is majorly made up of national organizations, followed by the international and faith-based and community-based organizations. And like I shared, of course, the map of Uganda is showing the membership as per our database in the different districts of the country. Oh, I really want to move on fast. Okay. So regards the just concluded financial year 2020, 23, 2024, a total of 89, which really is around 50% of our registered members submitted their reports. And this is where much of the challenges of the sector start from, where you find that few members submit to the Secretariat their annual performance reports, which are needed to be incorporated, like I shared, with the different line ministries. So the call and the emphasis of NDP4 of ensuring that effective coordination of all stakeholders needs to start from here. And here we are calling for support to support our coordination structures, especially the regional coordination structures who oversee a cluster of different districts, so that at least we can get to a level where each and every WASH implementing non-state actor is able, their input is able to be captured in these reports. And overall, out of the 53% who submitted, majority were national organizations, accumulating around 60%, followed by international, 40%, the private sector, and 14 of our members indicated that they're no longer implementing WASH programs in the last financial year. The trend of reporting, like you see here, I'm trying to activate the cursor, but anyway, like you can see, the average has still been around 80 of the members reporting. So it's an average of ranging from a third to a half of the members reporting. And here I want to acknowledge, because we try to track, like I mentioned to you, we mobilize most of these reports based on the regions, we divided the country in 10 different regions of the country. So I want to acknowledge that this financial year, those two arrows that you see, Busoga region, I think we have our coordinator here, Living Water. They came up with the highest number of reports submitted to this year. If you compare with Central Region, the white bar, who reported the most last year. And the list was Teso Region. So our colleagues in Teso, please, let's make sure that we fulfill our mutual accountability obligation. Regards overall investments, I'm happy to note that the trend, in spite of, the percentage of members reporting not increasing so much, our average reporting is now hitting 100 billion, which is not small. Clap for us, which is not small. I tried to look out I tried to task the team that supported us to compile this. How can we compare this? And maybe Commissioner Ochare can tell us that 100 billion, if you compare it to the actual conditional grants that go for water and sanitation, that go to the district local governments, it's quite tangible. So that's why it's important that every penny that's invested by non-state actors is captured, so that we know the total basket that we're contributing to. And we always try to align our reporting to the National Development Plan programs. And like you can see, majority of our members indicate that they do much of their work within the Human Capital Development Program. However, we've categorized it into the different sub-programs. So we mainly contribute to the sanitation and hygiene, to the sanitation promotion interventions, followed by capacity building, where we have at least 65 of our members attesting to, investing in this. And here we're happy to note that as UWASNet, as a network, with the support of some of our development partners that include also Development Agency, Danish People's Aid, who are here today. This is where we are calling on many of our members that as NGOs, we don't have much money. So can we capitalize much of our funding to build the capacity of the communities, just like the panelists have testified here, and just like it was shared within NDP for the priorities, that it's important to capture the outcomes. It's important to build the capacity of the communities, of the civil society organizations, for them to effectively monitor the outcomes or advocate for where the gap is, in a district level, a district and lower level. Then, of course, this was followed by 61 of our members submitting that they contributed to water supply infrastructure. And like I'll share, there's a good trend of transformation from point water source investment to more of the piped water systems. Then, of course, sanitation infrastructure, then operation and contribution to operation and maintenance of the water systems is also now coming up by many of our members, which we want to appreciate, because it has been shared that why do we invest when 3 out of 10 of the water sources that are put in place are non-functional? So we want to appreciate that the trend of the civil society organizations attributing their programs to the priorities that they advocate for in the sector. Allow me to skip that. So overall comparison of our investment to NDP3, where we are now, we still have a year to go. In the last financial year, like I shared before, the biggest percentage of the investment was in the human capital development, that is water, sanitation, and hygiene programs, where we contributed 97.6 billion, and that is, attributing at least 1.3 of the confirmed investments as per the PF. However, I still want to find out, we have to find out what is the actual, because like the commissioner, like the line ministers shared, at times there are commitments made within the national development plans in terms of financing by government, but do we actually get that financing? So that's where we need, if you compare that 97.6, I'm sure that percentage will come higher than 1.3. And there's been a very big increment when it comes to our contribution to the natural resources and environment, climate change, land and water management program. That's a very long program. Like I'll be sharing, and this is to appreciate that, and I think Dr. Kalis, if was here, he would be happy to see that at least we are now registering close to more than 10 billion in the conservation of our environment. Like it was shared, we are now realizing that the water table is going down for the country. So we need to conserve the environment to make sure that those water sources that we are putting in place are sustainable. So that's where you see our members now prioritizing partnerships with the decentralized organs of the line ministries to make sure that they address this in different catchment areas. Then lastly is our contribution to the agro-industrialization program, which is less than 1%. When it comes to specifically our contribution to access to safe water, a total of 67.8 billion was invested and 901 new water systems were put in place. Out of these, we also have more than 1,000 rainwater harvesting tanks that were put in place. And here, let's remember that we are trying to support our communities to be more, climate resilient by making sure that they tap any drop of water that they're accessible to. A total of more than 1,000 systems were rehabilitated and extended. And out of these, 61 of our members reported to have contributed to access to safe water, and 43 are committed to, some of them solely, some of our members like Wave Solutions, who are solely focusing on O&M, operation and maintenance of the water sources. And they registered a total investment of 4.8 billion. The president gave a directive of every village having at least a water source. And we're happy to note that we are starting to, as CSOs, to report on how we've contributed to this key indicator. You can imagine, in this day and generation, there are villages without access to a clean water source. So as CSOs, there's been a slight decline from 653 villages that we supported last year to 574. But altogether, our cumulative contribution is 16% of the target for the human capital development regards access villages with a safe water source. And I think I already talked about how more of our members are now contributing to operation and maintenance, and of course, trying to make sure that they support the Ministry of Water and Environment to operationalize the O&M framework. And our overall contribution cumulative for the last 2 years is 42%, which I think is quite impressive vis-a-vis the targets within the PIAP for this for the Ministry of Water and Environment. When it comes to hygiene, did I miss sanitation? Okay. When it comes to hygiene, a total of 20 billion, more than 20 billion was invested, and 12,000 households were assessed with sensitization. Of course, here is mainly sensitization and ensuring that they adhere to hygiene processes. And however, there's a decline from last year where we just had an investment of 35.1 billion. It has come down to 20 billion. And let's remember, I think we're now coming away from the trend of where COVID-19 triggered much of the investment there. This is a call to members that let's maintain the momentum. Where these communities, we still need to prioritize changing their mindset. Like Commissioner Nebasa told us, that mindset change is quite critical to bridge much of the gaps that we are facing right now, where communities need to be told that don't wait for government to come and dig for you a pit latrine, where they need to be told that if you wash your hands, you reduce the burden of the diseases that your household is facing. So we are also happy to note that we just had 252 villages that were declared open defecation free. And also, I think the next one, as civil society organizations, we've been calling for prioritization of water and sanitation within institutions. And I'm happy to note that our contribution towards sanitation and hygiene, at least close to 50% of our efforts were geared towards the schools, and close to 10% was geared towards the healthcare facilities. Our chief guest, I think there we are at par. When it comes to the natural resources program, like I shared before, here I just want to emphasize the investment. Last year, we only just had 1.4 billion, where members contributed to investment within environmental conservation. But this year is more than 7 times. The equipment was more than 7 times. A total of 23 of our members reported to have worked with different decentralized structures like I shared, and mainly in 5 of the catchment areas that are demarcated, gazetted by the Ministry of Water and Environment. And much of the activities, of course, were around the riverbanks, conservation, and of course the wetland restoration, planting of trees. And some of our members like Katosi women, I think I saw Val around, who focus much of their work around the communities, in the fishing communities. So all that is registered as part contributing to the program, the natural resources program. Then lastly, the agro-industrialization program. Here we are still not investing much, I think, because Many of the CSOs are not part of our network, but we are sure within the industrialization program, there are many of us, of CSOs contributing to access to water for production. But a total of 7 irrigation systems were put in place, and only 4 of our members registered to have contributed to this program. Okay, I just want to highlight this key slide, that appreciation should be put to the civil society organizations who are always advocating for innovative financing. There's so much financing out there. And like I've said, yes, now we are focusing on civil society to, to report more, but also the financial institutions. We are happy to note that for a couple of years now, they have put risk aside and dedicated to issuing loans to communities that approach them to ensure that water and sanitation gap is addressed. And we are happy here to recognize some organizations like water.org and Water for People, AMREF, who are involved in the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund program that's promoting and sensitizing, promoting and bridging the gap within the supply chain, where, okay, our board member, just, Hewasa, you're all you're all acknowledged. IRC, everyone, we're all acknowledged. There's so much work that CSOs are doing to make sure that the communities, the hurdles between the financial institutions and the communities accessing the funds from these financial institutions is addressed. So a total of 41.7 billion is registered to have been administered by, I think there are 4 of the main institutions that are in partnership with one of our partners who submitted this report. So this tells us that the opportunities are there. And that's why the need for more coordination to know who is doing what and where, so that the gap can readily be identified. There are some other organizations that we know, I won't mention them here. It's a fraternity, a voluntary fraternity. I know many of you, it starts with R. Anyway, they do so much investments in their clubs. And we followed up on them to make sure that they submit what they're doing. So all this needs to be captured. So what calls for is our government, under the leadership of government, to make sure that the district local governments, there's adequate capacity to monitor and know exactly who is doing what and where. And we as the networks to supplement on that, to give that information regards the CSOs. So as I conclude, most usually would end as civil society organizations coming up with recommendations, calls for action, but I don't want to preempt the discussions that are coming as an outcome of this forum. Over the years, the outcome of this forum, and of course this is based on your annual implementation and experience, you always bring to us the key issues that need to be addressed by different stakeholders at different levels. And I'm happy to know that over the years, issues like, for instance, the good work that we've been doing based on your knowledge and evidence that, WASH is under prioritized in other programs like the health, within the health sector, in the healthcare facilities, within the schools, WASH is under prioritized in terms of coordination. All these have led to the current milestones that we all are proud of to have attained as a sector. So first, we'd like to appreciate as civil society that the efforts by civil society have been embraced by government and appreciated. And that is why we see them. When we invite them, they come and they engage with us. WASH CSOs have been criticized by other sector CSOs for not going to the streets to revolt. We don't need to do that. For us, we always invite our line ministries and we sit with them. We table to them where the challenges are and they listen to us. Yeah, thank you. Yes, clap. Then, like I've been sharing, all those different programs that CSOs have been implementing, some of them have been implementing them in partnership with the district local governments. We had water aid, what they are doing with the umbrella authorities in the regions where they are working. We have our chairperson, IRC, they're doing so much work, especially when it comes to the natural resources program, you know, and they're working with the decentralized structures within the Ministry of Water and Environment. So we do appreciate government and your structures for giving us the space and for listening to the recommendations that we table to you. The priorities that Commissioner Ochare shared earlier today, many of them were recommended by the CSOs. We had two main consultations where we consulted the line ministries. We tabled our policy paper, and I'm happy to note, like he also shared, where issues to do with data have been addressed, issues to do with institutional WASH have been addressed. Coordination is now a priority in there. So all these are recommendations that we table to them, and we are happy that they have adopted them. Apologies. One time I was short-sighted, but now I think I'm both, so I can't read well, but let me try. Then also, appreciation for the different coordination mechanisms that have been put in place. I've already talked about the data, that the two line ministries, especially the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Westminster, and the Ministry of Health, they have put in place databases that we are now hoping and praying that adequate capacity is put in place at district level so that these databases at national level are fed with real-time data that should inform our planning and decision-making. Then Commissioner Nebas also talked about the multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms that are in place. I recall pre-COVID, I think around 2019, when as civil society organizations, we called the different line ministries for Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health for us to reignite the need for multi-sectoral coordination so that we can jointly prioritize WASH financing, and like he shared, that is now already in place. But also the inputs that we always have with the WASH Parliamentary Forum and the Natural Resources Committee of Parliament is warmly welcome, and other symposiums that promote multi-sectoral coordination. And we are happy to note that the WASH CSOs greatly contribute to these dialogues. At national level, we also have the Water Policy Committee and the different program working groups. It's good I put up there because Mr. Kagwa from NPA mentioned that we've been not participating in the different program working groups. Mr. Kagwa, we are always participating where we're invited. But like you also mentioned, in the NDP3, WASH was not prioritized. So this time we're looking forward now that we are a standalone component or sub-program that we shall also effectively contribute to the discussions at that level. Then I already whispered to our commissioner that we always look forward, usually actually the time we hold this annual forum, the annual program review, which is formally known as the joint sector review, is usually happening the following week. So we're still looking forward to the outcome of this meeting to contribute for us to still come to you and tell you what our key messages are if we are to propel our programs to the next level. Then also, we would like to thank the CSOs for the innovations and soliciting for funding to bridge the gap. Like I shared, the partnerships with the financial institutions, that is one of the key examples that we are working on. But also allow me to thank all those who contributed, because all the programs that I've shared, they solicit for funding from different development partners beyond Uganda and some within Uganda. So thank you so much for the good work you're doing. And of late, we're even seeing some of our members bringing along their development partners to work closely with government. That is a key milestone. So thank you so much. So last. I just want us to reflect on this. We are all doing this based on the fact that we are realizing the gap that is there. And I just borrowed, this is a disclaimer. As civil society, we are working in partnership with the different line ministries under the leadership of Ministry of Health, the Sanitation and Water for All initiative. We are trying to make sure there's been thinking of where are we lagging behind. In spite of the priorities, in spite of the mileage we get, like now, Mr. Kagwa has informed us that WASH is now prioritized in NDP 4. However, our assessment still indicates that in spite of being prioritized and the budgets allocated, you still find that almost 50%, 50% of the allocated funding is released. So we're saying, can we join hands as we continue implementing our programs to target the most high? Where is Martha? Is she here? Minister of Water is leading us to make sure that next week we have an audience with a key decision, the most high decision-making office. That is the president himself, to listen to us, you know? And what is informing us is currently we are undertaking a study that is going to generate that evidence that if we don't invest and prioritize water and sanitation, what is the implication? And so far, as per the current draft, that is only assessing on the impact of, based on statistics from Ministry of Health and of course other stakeholders, the impact due to diarrhea, malaria, and malnutrition. So far, the study is indicating that a total of 4.3 trillion is lost annually within the rural community, and that is 80% of our community staying there. And a total of 1.6 trillion is lost within the urban areas. When it comes to real-time lost, 210 billion hours are lost in the rural areas, and in urban is 66%. And children under 5, 72% of them, of the cost, you know, all that cost, much of it is impacting the children, and I forgot also to mention the statistics for the women. So ladies and gentlemen, we need to act together. We need to put our voices together. We need to coordinate our efforts. We need to target, through that coordination and whatever we've put in place, identify who is not served and identify those challenges. So that's why we're here today. Looking forward to the deliberations, looking forward to your active engagement. I think that's the last one. and looking forward to the commitments that we're all going to make. We as civil society organizations, as government, as development partners, to make sure that that status quo changes. Thank you so much.
Okay, are we still together? Are we still here? What has been the most catchy point from Edie's presentation? I know that each one of us has taken away something. For me, there's no better news than hearing that in NDP4, WASH is a standalone item and it's going to be that much of a priority. We give a round of applause to the planners for giving due recognition to WASH. We're running behind schedule, but let's do just one more thing. I'm going to request Madame Edie to invite the minister who will address this congregation. After that, we shall do, the exhibitors. I hope you're ready. And then we shall break. We shall have a very small item of entertainment from the kids, and then we'll break for lunch. We shall try and keep our lunch very short, 30 minutes only, so that we redeem time. Now, I take the honor to invite the ED to invite the guest of honor in that order. Please, welcome.
Yeah, indeed it's an honor, and please pray for me so that next time I'm also. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our chief guest, the State Minister for Primary Health Care, Honorable Margaret Mohanga, a lady that whenever she speaks, I've personally sat in the audience more than twice. Whenever she's speaking, she speaks from the heart. She speaks with real life experiences. She relates to what she's saying. So there was no mistake made when we said, and we listened to our members who told us this time, why are you always inviting Minister of Water officials? Walk the talk and make sure that you also invite members from the other line ministries. And indeed, identifying Honorable Margaret to come and speak to us today with a theme like that is no mistake. Throughout the presentations and the panel, she was whispering to me, and I can't wait for you to hear her examples, her life experience as she relates to us where we're here today. Thank you so much. Sorry.
My colleagues, members of parliament, the UN country representative and other development partners, the private sector representatives, civil society organizations, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sure you are all hungry, and I'm just going to give you a simple exercise. You've sat for too long. This exercise, I don't know how they call it in English, but we're taught by Professor Lubogo that it's called okusononta. So if you come from Busoga, you'll understand. If you don't, like me, you won't understand. But it's a simple exercise. Let's everybody stand up. Let everybody stand up and we try it so that we can be more alert. Okusononta is making a few steps where you're standing. You don't have to move anywhere, but right where you're standing, you just kind of make a few movements so that your blood circulation increases and you also be alert. Continue for 5 minutes. Quick, quick, fast. Faster. Okay, thank you very much. Now we can have our seats. when we are fresh and more fit. So as we come together today in yet another WASH Civil Society Organization Forum, I'm really happy. I'm filled with joy, and I appreciate everybody who has come to participate, but also to give information of what they find in their communities or lacking, and especially our partners who really bring in some resources for us to afford all these gatherings. Your passion, your enthusiasm to improve water and sanitation and hygiene and all these services in Uganda is really vital. However, the ED just said that I like to give examples. There is something I always tell people wherever I go, and it's synonymous with Africans. And I know that everybody here, the 90% or 99 are Africans, that when it finishes to rain in Africa, you see families running to the well to fetch water. Yet it has been raining and they have iron sheets on their houses, but they all run to fetch water after the rain stops. Sincerely, do you need anybody to tell you that you need to harvest this water? You should travel to some countries like Israel where they are water stressed and see how they value every drop of water, and all the water they use is from the River Jordan, but they produce food and even export to Uganda, which has two rainy seasons in a year. The other day I was taking juice and I looked at it. Here in Uganda, it is made from Egypt, whose only source of water is this River Nile, which is flowing right from Uganda, but they are giving us juice. So whatever happened to us, we need to really look into our own problems, blame nobody, but move as a team. It is really an honor to be here for this 14th WASH CSO Forum. This platform continues to champion Uganda's WASH agenda. And this year's theme really touched my heart, the cornerstone to achieving NDP 4 objectives. This reminds us of the pivotal role WASH plays in driving the broader development goals of our nation. WASH is not just about meetings or meeting the basic needs of our citizens. It's about unlocking the potential for improved health, education, and even economic growth. The achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030. It serves as a as a key enabler for other SDG goals. So WASH is a fundamental theme that we all need to embrace, and we need healthier communities. I know that everybody learned about what happened recently in Kitezi. It's highly apprehensive. It should never have happened. There were many red flags and the managers didn't care. And also the community. Sometimes I also blame the communities. They should have seen and raised an alarm. But we are all complacent, all of us, and we all take the blame. So we lost lives where we could have saved them. Despite making progress in expanding WASH services, Uganda continues to grapple with the challenge of ensuring access to water, to the WASH services, even at household level, even at institutional level, even in our own hospitals. We can talk about 80%, but then what happened to the 20%? We need to get there and have everybody on board. Now, according to the survey, the Demographic and Health Survey of 2022, only 78% and 89% of rural and urban households, respectively, have access to an improved water source, while a substantial proportion of 8% in urban, I think in rural areas, it's about 16%, practice the word I hate to say, open defecation. I even hate to say it because I don't know how an adult does that. Because I didn't grow up in the city, I grew up in the village, but maybe my parents were a little enlightened and they taught us hygiene when we were young. But also we had a lot of resilience in our bodies because where I learned to swim, my dad used to say there is bilharzia in crater lakes, but I learned to swim from those crater lakes and I didn't get bilharzia. I think it was just luck, good luck. Otherwise it was really risky. Because as I grew up, I saw people drowning. They would think as little kids we are swimming, they could also swim in a crater lake and they drowned. We have also inadequate mental hygiene management. This continues to hinder the education of girls. And the climate change is placing unprecedented strain on our water resources. Imagine our girls leaving school just because they can't afford just pads, sanitary towels. It's really sad. These issues are not isolated. They are deeply intertwined with broader aspirations of NDP4. So, the goals of poverty eradication, improved human capital development, and even inclusive growth cannot be achieved without prioritizing WASH. So, ladies and gentlemen who are here today, as we look forward as government, we remain really committed to supporting WASH sector as a central pillar to our development strategy. But we also need to speak to communities at all times and in all places at any opportunity about their own responsibilities. Because even if the facilities were there are people who may not come to take advantage of these facilities, to wash themselves out of carelessness. One thing that shocked me recently is that the school was closed in those Western countries because children had lice. I don't know whether there's still lice in Uganda. Maybe they are still there in the rural areas. But in an advanced country to have lice in a school and it's closed, I was like, no, the person who went with the lice could have come from Africa. I don't know. Then another place in the EU had bed bugs. And everyone was like scared. Bed bugs had invaded the whole city. So clearly, sometimes it's personal responsibility, because even if government were to check, they will check their own installations and they can't go to people's homes. So we need to up our game to be better people and live better. The commissioner, Dr. Nabasa, said in Uganda, in the Ministry of Health, actually we are grappling with 75% of the disease burden is preventable. He said 70, but it's 75 of the disease burden is preventable. So imagine we are treating 75 out of every 100 patients who could have prevented those diseases. Cardiovascular diseases, that's why I told you get up and kusononta. As you sit here, you are going to drive your cars, get home, sit, watch TV, sleep. This is another recipe for getting closer to your grave. We need to eat healthy food, live in clean environments, and also work out our bodies. And as Minister of Primary Health Care, I cannot go without saying that, because that's the core of why we are here. As we speak about water, we need other components to be healthy. Let us continue to work in partnership and remain focused on our vision. A Uganda where no one is left behind when it comes to water, sanitation, and hygiene. I spoke to the ED when we were there seated, and I told her there's a community here in Uganda who believe that if they went to a toilet or a pit latrine, they will be depositing their riches. So they prefer to go in the bushes. Now imagine, that is also a culture and it's happening in the 21st century. Who bewitched Africans? You need to wake up. With that, I now declare this WASH CSO forum officially open. And I wish you fruitful deliberations as we think and reshape the future of WASH towards 2030. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Mhanga. Let me take a moment to brag. I used to be in that same newsroom as Honorable Mhanga. So please, cameraman, you can take this photo. And she's a very passionate media person. So we can be sure, yeah, that when it comes to moments of publicity, talking about health and WASH issues in the media, she will always do the job for us. There is no mistake, as Unia said. So it's nice to meet a veteran journalist once again. Honorable, please don't go. We're going to have some photos. And I'd like to call these groups of people. Please, if I call you, come quickly to the podium so that we take photos with the minister. And, you know, we keep this in our records for future reference. UWASNet board and staff, please come forward to the podium. Cameraman, please be ready. We want the flashes to be flashing very quickly because we want to save some time and go for lunch. Board and staff, UWASNet, please come up and pose for a photo with Honorable Margaret. Please come up. Cameraman, please, we need your expertise, how to really be set for, for outstanding photos. We want some outstanding photos, no filters. So please do it and do it very well. No filters this time. So tell us the best way to pose, the best way to smile. And while we take, maybe to stand, I think it's better to stand. And yeah, the staff can stand behind. Yes. Cameraman, chikole komangu. Yes, thank you. I think it's it will be quicker that way. Please let's have a Kodak moment. Quickly, put on your best smiles. I know it's already past lunchtime. And we may not have a lot of energy left for smiling, but please use your last ounce of energy. After that pause, we're going to have our members of parliament, our government officials, and our development partners to pose for a photo with Honorable Mhanga. MPs, please. Members present, come forward for this photo op. We believe very much in documenting these moments. This is one of the ways we tell our stories. Members of parliament, please step forward. Okay, can we also have government officials quickly make a beeline for the studio? Government officials, join in, please. Make a beeline for the studio now that the MPs have had their moment. Government officials present, please. Thank you so much. Cameraman, please make sure that you have all these wonderful men and women. Do you have a wide lens? As if I see the line has grown too big. Honorable Silas, please join in. This is history. We are making history. Yes. Development partners will come next. Development partners present, please. DPA, UNICEF, ADA, GIZ. Please join in. The Kenyan team also, I think this is your moment, your international partners. Kenyan team, let's take this also very quickly. And our children, school children, Mr. Muyange, please bring those youngsters. They might get inspiration just rubbing shoulders with the honorable. So please bring them along. Can we please switch off the screen because apparently it's causing some focus issues? Okay. The young ones, please. The young ones. Thank you very much. Okay. Great. Put on your best smiles. Kodak moment, no filters. Right. In the spirit of leaving no one behind, in the spirit of leaving no one behind, please just stay. Everybody who wishes to be part of this photo op, please come forward. In the spirit of leaving no one behind, I might not have mentioned your category. Please, everybody, every participant, come. It's a group photo. It's a group photo. You're not going to leave the ED and the minister by themselves. It's everybody. Please switch off the screen. It's a group photo. Members of UWASNet, this is our group photo. We are not leaving anyone behind. Everyone, please come forward. Cameras these days are so good, they'll capture any smile, no matter how far behind in the queue. Please, let's join in. Thank you. That's lovely. That's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, please take many photos and post them on your socials. These days we operate at, we update by the second. So please, you take the photo, post it on your socials and caption it in the best way you can. And once again, I want to say thank you. Thank you everybody for being part of the morning session. As we break for lunch, I'd like to invite our little ones to do the entertainment item, but I'd like to recognize the key partners. I'd like to recognize the key partners in this. Water for People, IRC, Water Aid, World Vision, AMREF, CD, Felt Hunger, Water Mission, Wave Solutions, Simavi. Thank you everybody who has made this happen. As we go for lunch, the minister will go with the ED and key officials to see what we have at the exhibitions. The little ones can give us an entertainment item if they're ready. If they are not, they can keep it for after lunch. Yes. So we shall now, the ED will now lead Honorable Muhanga to the exhibitions because the little ones seem to be delayed. Are they? Do we have them? Okay, yeah. All right, as we have this little entertainment from our children, we'll get an update on how the lunch will be and where. So yeah, those who are still seated, please enjoy this little skit. These are special needs kids, they are deaf children, but they have a message for us. Try very much to make the message out of the sign language. All right, thank you so much.
Mulago School for the Deaf. We have come here to present a poem on hygiene habit. Thank you. Okay. Clean hands, bright minds. Clean hands, bright minds. Healthy body. Our school, let's put a smile on our school. Wash hands before food. Wash hands after food. Wash hands after toilet. Let's keep our personal hygiene and sanitation to avoid diseases. Thank you.
Okay, that's a little poem, but it's timely. We are going for lunch, and they have said, let's wash our hands before eating food. So members, don't forget that key message from the children. All right, Damali? Lunch. Friends, after the exhibition, we shall break for lunch. We shall discuss the issues from the reports in our respective thematic groups. Okay, so lunch is in Silver City. Joseph is giving out the coupons. Make sure you have your coupon. Let's keep our lunch very brief, within 30 minutes, so that we start at 2 and manage to redeem more time. 2 o'clock, let's be back, ladies and gentlemen, so that we try and finish on the time that we scheduled. Joseph is giving out the coupons. Lunch is at Silver City. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your participation. And thank you for being part of this session that we just concluded. Bon appetit.
Program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Green Well program.
So, Green Well program is the solution for a long-term sustainability. Government came up with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
Program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide the preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to maintain the functionality of all wells which have been constructed in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are going to drill our 1,000 well and we are going to rehabilitate our 500 wells. So thousands of community members are using them on a daily basis. And of course, they break down. Light is working with Hand Pump Mechanics Association from the areas where we operate through Green Well program, doing maintenance of the wells.
This well has been changing the water color and also producing dirty water. So by using the compressor, we want to blow out the dirty water from the well so that it can recover clean and safe water to be used for community consumption.
Ways of life in the Green Well program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with wells that are broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down wells. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Green Well program.
So Green Well program is the solution for a long-term sustainability of the wells and the water. Government came up with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
The Greenwell program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide the preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to maintain the functionality of all wells which have been constructed in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are going to drill our 1,000 well and we are going to rehabilitate our 500 wells. So thousands of community members are using them on a daily basis. And of course, they break down. Birds of Life is working with Hand Farm Mechanics Association from the areas where we operate through Green Well program, green maintenance of the wells.
This well has been changing the water color and also producing dirty water. So by using the compressor, we want to blow out the dirty water from the well so that it can recover clean and safe water to be used for community consumption.
Part of our mandate and Wells of Life in the Greenwell program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with wells that are broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down wells. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Greenwell program.
So Greenwell program is the solution for a long-term sustainability of the wells and the water infrastructure we are building in Uganda.
When you enroll with AquaTrust, we assure you unlimited and uninterrupted supply of clean, safe water.
Tubadde tukozesa nzizi amakubo oba obukubo bwe tuyitamu okutuuka ku mazzi ago buba busakaatidde nga security naddala ku baana ekyo kiba kizibu.
Twali tetulina amazzi malungi ng'amazzi tukozesa ga nzizi ng'ate gava walako. Kati tuli bulungi n'abaana basobola okujja wano mangu ne baleeta amazzi mu ddakiika ntono nnyo.
You receive the 4 services of AquaTrust. Number 1 is the initial upgrade, where we take out all the old hardware from the borehole and replace it with the new hardware that is stainless.
Tunywedde amazzi amayonjo naye luli bwe twakeeranga ku makya okujja okusunda amazzi nga gajja gonna gamaze okufuuka yero nga tusobola kuganywa ate nga gawonya obutalagge bw'ebyuma biri ebyalimu.
Number 2 is we do preventative maintenance. And so we do quarterly visits to ensure that we prevent your borehole or system from breaking down. Number 3, when there is a breakdown, you call us and we shall respond within 24 hours.
Bo olubakubira simu nga boa eyonooneseemu balespondingirawo.
And then the 4th service of AquaTrust, we do overhaul of our sources. We pull out all the hardware, we inspect where there is wear and tear, and then replace them back into the borehole such that clean and safe water supply is maintained.
Last year, we had brown water. I drank that brown water. I got sick. I thank AquaTrust for giving us safe and clear water for drinking. Now I am healthy and I never miss school.
Twawona amazzi ag'ebidiba n'abantu baffe kati bali safe luli gaagiranga batulwadde emisujja ng'egyo tetumanyi kwe kiva solusi nga kiva ku mazzi ago amakyafu.
So your role is to subscribe to the program and pay your monthly contribution. And ours is to keep the water flowing all the time. And when there is a breakdown, we do the repairs at no additional cost.
Olwali tulina emirembe kubanga omuntu ajja butereevu n'asena amazzi kikyali kuddaawo kutuula ku luzzi.
For more information about Aquatrust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
Each time you pass a water point that is not functional, that represents some 300 people that are reported to be having access to safe water source, which actually is not happening. And with the sector players outside there, NGOs, government, the donor community, our role is to empower the community to begin to demand and not to beg from us. And the communities can only begin to demand if they have invested in the operation and maintenance of the water system by contributing monthly or paying as they fetch to have money that maintains their water system. And that's where our Aquatrust comes in. Embrace the program that ensure that communities get water 24/7, that we will respond to a breakdown within 24 hours to ensure sustainable operation and maintenance of the water system. But it comes at a cost of the community ensuring that they either pay a monthly subscription or they pay as they fetch.
As a school, we have been suffering the burden of cost sharing to repair the borehole to break down in weeks or days, and the school will take the greatest burden of repairing that borehole. But when this system came, just a matter of getting some little money and putting it there, get water from there.
As well, district and as government, we would not be able to provide safe and ready water to the communities of Luwero, but through partnership, Ugandan Water Project and Red Rhino, we have technologies of water kiosks where they have the water tokens and members can really access water easily.
System eno era yabayamba etya olugendo lwe yali akozesa agenda okukima amazzi ku nzizi wano akozesa ekiseera kitono ateekako butesi kaadi ye amazzi ne gayiika najuza ebidomola bye n'agenda.
The water user committees have been trained in that a borehole cannot stay for a day without being rehabilitated. And we are glad as a district that Aquatrust has an office around the district. The repairs are now stationed at the district. The community members get them on time.
We have gone ahead to engage the district staff in training our staff in the M-Water data collection tool, which helps us to get all information on every water facility we have in the district.
Kuliko boa waliwo ekidiba ekyali wali wansi nga tunywamu nante ekyo kyatuyamba abantu bakyatambula n'ebiseera tebakyatwala biseera bingi balinyumayire ddala Aquatrust.
For more information about Aquatrust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
government came up with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
The Greenwell program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide them preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to maintain the functionality of all wells which have been constructed in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are going to drill our 1,000 well and we are going to rehabilitate our 500 wells. So thousands of community members are using them on a daily basis. And of course, they break down. Birds of Life is working with Hand Pump Mechanics Association from the areas where we operate through Green Well program, green maintenance of the wells.
This well has been changing the water color and also producing dirty water. So by using the compressor, we want to blow out the dirty water from the well so that it can recover clean and safe water to be used for community consumption.
Part of our mandate and Wells of Life in the Greenwell program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with wells that are broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down wells. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Greenwell program.
So Greenwell program is the solution for a long-term sustainability of the wells and the water infrastructure we are building in Uganda.
When you enroll with AquaTrust, we assure you unlimited and uninterrupted supply of clean, safe water.
Tubadde tukozesa nzizi amakubo oba obukubo bwe tuyitamu okutuuka ku mazzi ago buba busakaatidde nga security naddala ku baana ekyo kiba kizibu.
Twali tulina amazzi malungi ng'amazzi tukozesa ga nzizi ng'ate gava walako kati tuli bulungi n'abaana basobola okujja wano mangu ne baleeta amazzi mu ddakiika ntono nnyo.
You receive the 4 services of AquaTrust. Number 1 is the initial upgrade, where we take out all the old hardware from the borehole and replace it with the new hardware that is stainless.
Tunywedde amazzi amayonjo naye luli bwe twakeeranga ku makya okujja okusunda amazzi nga gajja gonna gamaze okufuuka yero nga tusobola kuganywa ate nga gawonya obutalagge bw'ebyuma biri ebyalimu.
Number 2 is we do preventative maintenance. And so we do quarterly visits to ensure that we prevent your borehole or system from breaking down. Number 3, when there is a breakdown, you call us and we shall respond within 24 hours.
Bo olubakubira simu boa eyonooneseemu barespondingirawo.
And then the 4th service of AquaTrust, we do overhaul of our sources. We pull out all the hardware, we inspect where there is wear and tear, and then replace them back into the borehole such that clean and safe water supply is maintained.
Last year, we had brown water. I drank that brown water. I got sick. I thank Aqua Trust for giving us safe and clear water for drinking. Now I am healthy and I never miss school.
Twawona amazzi ag'ebidiba n'abantu baffe kati bali safe luli gaagiranga batulwadde emisujja ng'egyo tetumanyi kwe kiva solusi nga kifa ku mazzi ago amakyafu.
So your role is to subscribe to the program and pay your monthly contribution. And ours is to keep the water flowing all the time. And when there is a breakdown, we do the repairs at no additional cost.
Olwali tulina emirembe kubanga omuntu ajja butereevu n'asena amazzi tikyali kuddaawo kutuula ku luzzi.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
Each time you pass a water point that is not functional, that represents some 300 people that are reported to be having access to safe water source, which actually is not happening. And with the sector players outside there, NGOs, government, the donor community, our role is to empower the community to begin to demand and not to beg from us. And the communities can only begin to demand if they have invested in the operation and maintenance of the water system by contributing monthly or paying as they fetch to have money that maintains their water system. And that's where our Aqua Trust comes in. Embrace the program that ensure that communities get water 24/7, that we will respond to a breakdown within 24 hours to ensure sustainable operation and maintenance of the water system. But it comes at a cost of the community ensuring that they either pay a monthly subscription or they pay as they fetch.
As a school, we have been suffering the burden of cost sharing to repair the borehole to break down in weeks or days, and the school will take the greatest burden of repairing that borehole. But when this system came, just a matter of getting some little money and putting it there, get water from there.
As well, district and as government, we would not be able to provide safe and ready water to the communities of Luwero, but through partnership, Ugandan Water Project and Red Rhino, we have technologies of water kiosks where they have the water tokens and members can really access water easily.
System eno era yabayamba etya olugendo lwe yali akozesa agenda okukima amazzi ku nzizi wano akozesa ekiseera kitono ateekako butesikaadi ye amazzi negayiika najuza ebidomola bye n'agenda.
The water user committees have been trained in that a borehole cannot stay for a day without being rehabilitated. And we are glad as a district that Aqua Trust has an office around the district. The repairs are now stationed at the district. The community members get them on time.
We have gone ahead to engage the district staff in training our staff in the M-Water data collection tool, which helps us to get all information on every water facility we have in the district.
Najja kuno kuliko bbowa waliwo ekidiba ekyali wali wansi nga tunywamu nante ekyo kyatuyamba abantu bakyatambula n'ebiseera tebakyatwala biseera bingi balinyumayire ddala Aqua Trust.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
government came up with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
The Greenwell program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide the preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to maintain the functionality of all wells which have been constructed in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are going to drill our 1,000 well, and we are going to rehabilitate our 500 wells. So thousands of community members are using them on a daily basis, and of course they break down. Birds of Life is working with Hand Pump Mechanics Association from the areas where we operate through Green Well program, doing maintenance of the wells.
This well has been changing the water color and also producing dirty water. So by using the compressor, we want to blow out the dirty water from the well so that it can recover clean and safe water to be used for community consumption.
Part of our mandate at Wells of Life in the Greenwell program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with wells that are broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down wells. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Greenwell program.
So Greenwell program is the solution for a long-term sustainability of the wells and the water infrastructure we are building in Uganda.
When you enroll with AquaTrust, we assure you unlimited and uninterrupted supply of clean, safe water.
Tubadde tukozesa nzizi amakubo oba obukubo bwe tuyitamu okutuuka ku mazzi ago buba busakaatidde nga security naddala ku baana ekyo kiba kizibu.
Twali tetulina mazzi malungi ng'amazzi tukozesa ga nzizi ng'ate gava walako. Kati tuli bulungi n'abaana basobola okujja wano mangu ne baleeta amazzi mu ddakiika ntono nnyo.
You receive the 4 services of AquaTrust. Number 1 is the initial upgrade, where we take out all the old hardware from the borehole and replace it with the new hardware that is stainless.
Tunywedde amazzi amayonjo naye luli bwe twakeranga ku makya okujja okusunda amazzi nga gajja gonna gamaze okufuuka yero nga tusobola kuganywa ate nga gawonya obutalagge bw'ebyuma biri ebyalimu.
Number 2 is we do preventative maintenance. And so we do quarterly visits to ensure that we prevent your borehole or system from breaking down. Number 3, when there is a breakdown, you call us and we shall respond within 24 hours.
Bo olubakubira simu nga bowa eyonooneseemu balespondingirawo.
And then the 4th service of AquaTrust, we do overhaul of our sources. We pull out all the hardware, we inspect where there is wear and tear, and then replace them back into the borehole such that clean and safe water supply is maintained.
Last year, we had brown water. I drank that brown water. I got sick. I thank Aqua Trust for giving us safe and clear water for drinking. Now I am healthy and I never miss school.
Twawona amazzi ag'ebidiba n'abantu baffe kati bali safe ku luli gaagiranga batulwadde emisujja ng'egyo tetumanyi kwe kiva solusi nga kiva ku mazzi ago amakyafu.
So your role is to subscribe to the program and pay your monthly contribution. And ours is to keep the water flowing all the time. And when there is a breakdown, we do the repairs at no additional cost.
olwali tulina emirembe kubanga omuntu ajja butereevu n'asena amazzi kikyali kuddaawo kutuula ku buzzi.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
Each time you pass a water point that is not functional, that represents some 300 people that are reported to be having access to safe water source, which actually is not happening. And with the sector players outside there, NGOs, government, the donor community, our role is to empower the community to begin to demand and not to beg from us. And the communities can only begin to demand if they have invested in the operation and maintenance of the water system by contributing monthly or paying as they fetch to have money that maintains their water system. And that's where our Aqua Trust comes in. Embrace the program that ensure that communities get water 24/7, that we will respond to a breakdown within 24 hours to ensure sustainable operation and maintenance of the water system. But it comes at a cost of the community ensuring that they either pay a monthly subscription or they pay as they fetch.
As a school, we have been suffering the burden of cost sharing to repair the borehole to break down in weeks or days, and the school will take the greatest burden of repairing that borehole. But when this system came, it's just a matter of getting some little money and putting it there, get water from there.
As Luero district and as government, we would not be able to provide safe and ready water to the communities of Luero, but through partnership, Ugandan Water Project and Red Rhino, we have technologies of water kiosks where they have the water tokens and members can really access water easily.
System eno era yabayamba etya olugendo lwe yali akozesa agenda okukima amazzi ku nzizi wano akozesa ekiseera kitono ateekako test card ye amazzi negayiika najuza ebidomola bye n'agenda.
The water user committees have been trained in that a borehole cannot stay for a day without being rehabilitated. And we are glad as a district that Aqua Trust has an office around the district. The repairs are now stationed at the district. The community members get them on time.
We have gone ahead to engage the district staff in training our staff in the M-Water data collection tool, which helps us to get all information on every water facility we have in the district.
Kuliko boa waliwo ekidiba ekyali wali wansi nga tunywamu nante ekyo kyatuyamba abantu bakyatambula n'ebiseera tebakyatwala ebiseera bingi balinyumayire ddala Aqua Trust.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
government came up with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
The Greenwell program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide them preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to maintain the functionality of all wells which have been constructed in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are going to drill our 1,000 well and we are going to rehabilitate our 500 wells. So thousands of community members are using them on a daily basis. And of course, they break down. Friends of Life is working with Wind Farm Mechanics Association from the areas where we operate through Green Well program, doing maintenance of the wells.
This well has been changing the water color and also producing dirty water. So by using the compressor, we want to blow out the dirty water from the well so that it can recover clean and safe water to be used for community consumption.
Part of our mandate and roles of life in the Greenwell program is to build capacity of the implementers of the program. Today, we are having a training for staff from Obende Service Center on an app called M-Water, which is a platform that will enable them to be able to ticket issues with wells that are broken down. They will be able to register whatever complaints that have been listed from the broken down wells. They'll be able to follow up these wells until they have been repaired, thereby reducing on the downtime for these wells and effectively managing their business of area service provider, that is the Greenwell program.
So Greenwell program is the solution for a long-term sustainability of the wells and the water infrastructure we are building in Uganda.
When you enroll with AquaTrust, we assure you unlimited and uninterrupted supply of clean, safe water.
Tubadde tukozesa nzizi amakubo oba obukubo bwe tuyitamu okutuuka ku mazzi ago buba busakaatidde nga security naddala ku baana ekyo kiba kizibu.
Twali tetulina mazzi malungi ng'amazzi tukozesa ga nzizi ng'ate gava walako. Kati tuli bulungi n'abaana basobola okujja wano mangu ne baleeta amazzi mu ddakiika ntono nnyo.
You receive the 4 services of AquaTrust. Number 1 is the initial upgrade, where we take out all the old hardware from the borehole and replace it with the new hardware that is stainless.
Tunywedde amazzi amayonjo. Naye luli bwe twakeeranga ku makya okujja okusunda amazzi nga gajja gonna gamaze okufuuka yero nga tusobola kuganywa ate nga gawonya obutalage bw'ebyuma biri ebyalimu.
Number 2 is we do preventative maintenance. And so we do quarterly visits to ensure that we prevent your borehole or system from breaking down. Number 3, when there is a breakdown, you call us and we shall respond within 24 hours.
Bo olubakubira simu nga boa eyonooneseemu balespondingirawo.
And then the 4th service of AquaTrust, we do overhaul of our sources. We pull out all the hardware, we inspect where there is wear and tear, and then replace them back into the borehole such that clean and safe water supply is maintained.
Last year, we had brown water. I drank that brown water. I got sick. I thank Aqua Trust for giving us safe and clear water for drinking. Now I am healthy and I never miss school.
Twawona amazzi ag'ebidiba n'abantu baffe kati bali safe luli gaagiranga batulwadde emisujja ng'egyo tetumanyi kwe kiva solusi nga kiva ku mazzi ago amakyafu.
So your role is to subscribe to the program and pay your monthly contribution. And ours is to keep the water flowing all the time. And when there is a breakdown, we do the repairs at no additional cost.
olwali tulina emirembe kubanga omuntu ajja butereevu n'asena amazzi kikyali kuddaawo kutuula ku luzzi.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
Each time you pass a water point that is not functional, that represents some 300 people that are reported to be having access to safe water sources, which actually is not happening. And with the sector players outside there, NGOs, government, the donor community, our role is to empower the community to begin to demand and not to beg from us. And the communities can only begin to demand if they have invested in the operation and maintenance of the water systems by contributing monthly or paying as they fetch to have money that maintains their water system. And that's where our Aqua Trust comes in. Embrace the program that ensures that communities get water 24/7, that we will respond to a breakdown within 24 hours to ensure sustainable operation and maintenance of the water system. But it comes at a cost of the community ensuring that they either pay a monthly subscription or they pay as they fetch.
As a school, we have been suffering the burden of cost sharing to repair the borehole to break down in weeks or days, and the school will take the greatest burden of repairing that borehole. But when this system came, it's just a matter of getting some little money and putting it there, and get water from there.
As well, district and as government, we would not be able to provide safe and ready water to the communities of Luwero, but through partnership, Ugandan Water Project and Red Rhino, we have technologies of water kiosks where they have the water tokens and members can really access water easily.
System eno era yabayamba etya olugendo lwe yali akozesa ng'agenda okukima amazzi ku nzizi wano akozesa ekiseera kitono ateekako butesikaadi ye amazzi ne gayiika gajuza ebidomola bye n'agenda.
The water user committees have been trained in that a borehole cannot stay for a day without being rehabilitated. And we are glad as a district that Aqua Trust has an office around the district. The repairs are now stationed at the district. The community members get them on time.
We have gone ahead to engage the district staff in training our staff in the M-Water data collection tool, which helps us to get all information on every water facility we have in the district.
Najja kuno kuliko bbowa waliwo ekidiba ekyali wali wansi nga tuyiwamu nante ekyo kyatuyamba abantu bakyatambula n'ebiseera tebakyatwala ebiseera bingi webalunyumayire ddala Aqua Trust.
For more information about Aqua Trust program, visit our website www.aquatrust.org or contact us at info@aquatrust.org.
government came out with policies with O&M framework. The Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities to be able to maintain their own well.
The Greenwell program aims at becoming the area service provider to provide majorly three things. One, to provide the preventive maintenance and repairs. Secondly, to offer commercial services for the long-term sustainability of the rural water systems. And thirdly, to provide financial viability for these rural water systems.
We decided to open this maintenance program called Green Well so that we are able to
It's
maintain
2:30 p.m. I'd like to call the house to order.
in constructing in Uganda. Next year in 2025, we are
It's 2:30 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to business.
or 500
Call a friend to call a friend to call a friend to call a friend to tell them that we are resuming business. If you were seated with somebody before we went for lunch and you don't see them, kindly give them a call and tell them that we're back. If you know your neighbor's number, please call him or call her and tell her that we are back and we are resuming business. We had planned to resume at 2, but I was persuaded to be more generous. And I yielded. So we're starting at 2:30. And so we have to find a way of doing things in such a way that we finish at 4:30. Okay, let's all resume our seats. Welcome back from the lunch break. Okay. Okay, friends, I hope you did justice to the food. I hope that you didn't leave any bottles and any plates standing. Our presenters this afternoon are already with us. We shall have Brenda. We shall have Engineer Chris. We shall have Miss Martha Naigaga. We are looking forward to all these wonderful presentations. And I request the presenters to kindly share their presentations, their PowerPoint presentations, with the team in the DJ's pit. Martha? Our colleagues online, are you back? We hope that you had a wonderful lunch wherever you are. Once I confirm that colleagues online are back, I will call the presenters. Okay, before we broke off, we had a presentation from the ED in which she gave us highlights of the annual CSO performance reports in the wash sector. And it was quite insightful. There were quite a few things that she pointed out for us to reflect on. And there are 1, 2, 3 people who would like to share their reflections as we get ready for the presentation. So once Edie comes here, and I have asked somebody to go for her, we shall take off only 5 minutes for members to raise those issues. Those issues will also be discussed thoroughly in the breakaway sessions, because the issues in our overall performance are actually what inform our discussion at thematic group level. So some of the issues that came up when Edie presented the highlights of the report may not be discussed in this plenary, but please do not let them go unaddressed when you meet in the thematic groups tomorrow. Okay? So we need to go to the granular level. If we are to make sense of our being the cornerstone of NDP 4, then we need to discuss things to the finest details, because there we are able to get actionable points. Okay. Is Brenda back? Is Brenda back? Not yet. You want to call her? All right. Engineer Chris is already here, and Miss Naigaga is already here. So we are set for the afternoon. Okay. And I was hoping that Edie would be back and then would reflect very quickly on the issues that emerged from her presentation. But seeing as she's not here and we have quorum, I'm going to go into the next presentation. We'll definitely have time to reflect on her report at an appropriate time. So I'm going to invite Water for People. I'm going to invite Water for People. We're going to have a presentation on wash systems strengthening, a status update of the building blocks. We're going to, and that's going to be presented by Water for People, represented by none other than Loretta. Have you given? Wash systems strengthening, a status update on the building blocks. That's our next presentation. So start reframing your mind towards that and get ready to receive from Loretta. We're just sorting out a small technical issue to ensure that the presentation is projected and that all our colleagues online are also able to follow. So, ready? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes, that's great. My name is Loretta Nakaima. I work with Water for People, the Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer, and I will be taking us through the National Building Blocks Assessment, a report that was compiled in 2021 and reviewed and scored by a team of people in September 2024. And that's not the presentation. Maybe just as well, direction for how the presentation will go. I will have the presentation on the assessment that was done, and then we shall have a panel discussion on the same. So my presentation will take about 10 minutes, and we shall have 30 minutes for our panel discussion, where you will have a number of panelists, and feel free to ask any questions. There we go. So, thank you. Thank you to the media team. So, first off, our national systems strengthening is not done in silos. We work together as part of Agenda for Change, which was established in 2015, and it has a number of partners. We have Aqua Consult, Care Uganda, IRC, CRS, and a couple of them. And our mission is that by 2030, we want to ensure that strong wash systems are in place everywhere. Okay. Oh. We want to ensure that strong wash systems are in place everywhere, that future populations have access to wash services forever. And I think we have had this across many organizations. For Water for People, it's everyone forever. For other organizations is Water for All, forever. And that's what Agenda for Change is about. So the approach is that all the members work collectively to advocate for and support national and local governments in strengthening wash systems required to deliver universal sustained access as outlined in SDG 6. So going into our status update on the building blocks assessment. First off, the background to our building blocks assessment. I hope many of us have seen this colorful picture. We have 9 building blocks, and these building blocks make the assessment that we are going to look at. This is conducted at district and national level, and the idea is to prioritize actions and measure progress over time with goal of improved service delivery. So we had a national reflection. This was held at the Water Resources Institute. And the objective of the reflection was to review the status of each of the building blocks. So from the assessment that was done in 2021, we wanted to see how far we have gone per building block. And then, of course, strengthen existing partnerships and renew commitment to wash system strengthening. Identify opportunities for national scale or partnerships. Develop priorities for the next fiscal year per building block. So the approach the assessment approach is that you have 4 to 8 key statements under each building block, and each of those is scored according to how you range. So you have 0 to 20, you have 21 to 40, 41 to 60, 61 to 80, and then 81 to 100. So each building block was scored on average according to all the statements. And we do have a report to this effect that we shall not break down. However, I have the scores that I shall be presenting. Yes. So our first building block, and I have to say, we didn't do so badly overall. There are about 2 that are a bit, well, below 50, not even below 50, but they are below average, if I would say. So we had 60% being our average, 69% being the average score, with finance and demand behavior, political will being the lowest. So our first building block, which are the institutional arrangements, the key findings that we thought we would pick out, and I will say that there are other findings. However, because of the time allocation, we will pick out just a few that we shall focus on for this panel discussion. So yes, we have institutions. We have Ministry of Water and Environment. We have the Water Resources Institute. We have IREC, and they are in place. However, these are not offering specialized training institutions, that they do not offer certified courses. So yes, they have the trainings that are available, but these are not certified. And under the institutional arrangements and coordination, we thought that this was a very big gap. So what were our priority areas? The first is to advocate for current skilling skilling and training institutions that offer certified courses. So does that mean we are going to certify the Water Resources Institute? Should we certify IREC to provide these services? Because we need to have the certifications in place for them to offer these services. And then fast track the ongoing review process of the Water Policy and Act, which will guide all the coordination processes, because I think the last policy is as of 1997, and this is now 2024. So it's under review, but that needs to be fast tracked. The next, we have service delivery infrastructure, which talks about service delivery models, technologies, infrastructure guidance, standards, quality maintenance, parts, and asset management. And I know asset management right now is a catchphrase. However, the key findings are, they are delivery models. We have the PPDA Act that is being followed, and then we have a newly established e-procurement system. So at least some of that is working. And then also we have recently sanitation designs that were approved by the Ministry of Education and Sports and the Ministry of Water. And additionally, there are a number of catalogs at household level that are put in place and have been developed and disseminated by the different entities. So that was a score of 80%. And some of our key priorities for this were, one, we need to develop standard tools and guidelines for asset management. And I think this is already underway in the sector. There's been a lot of interest in this. And then build capacity of key sector stakeholders to effectively use WIS. WIS is the new data collection, not data collection. It's a new management information system under the Ministry of Water. And we hope that this can be rolled out fully to support dissemination and real capture and storage of the sector performance data. Our next building block is regulation accountability. And our key findings are that there is a legal framework. You have URSB, you have the Water Policy and Act. So there is a format or regulation in place where we can have all these rules for the service providers. And then we also have joint review programs at sector level for effectively achieving mutual accountability. I think UWASNE has just presented on the report of the CSOs that was submitted. And then we have the Water Resources Department, Water and Utility Resources Department, that is also responsible for regulation. However, it remains challenged regarding enforcement of relevant laws. And I think Mr. Epitu mentioned this earlier, that it is a multi-sectoral, WASH is multi-sectoral. So that means you have so many moving parts and so many players in place. So what were our priority areas in that case? We said we needed to revisit the tariff policy regarding operation and management of public/communal water points. And this is because essentially, yes, we have these water points available. However, sometimes you have public points, let's say PSPs. Each of them is charging a different rate. Some charge 200, some charge 500, and we wanted to revisit that so that the rights of the users are protected. Additionally, like I mentioned before, fast-track the approval of the water policy to set the stage for water resources management and guide all development efforts to achieve maximum net benefit for Uganda. Our next building block was inclusive planning. And our key findings are that yes, we are coordinating, we are planning, and we are talking to the donor community. Those rules are in place, but how frequently are we doing this? Is it effective? Maybe not. Maybe we need to be better. And then, like everybody has said, we have planned, we have budgeted, we are looking at programmatic budgeting. However, this seems to still be at the sector level. And a case in point is the Water Atlas that was that is outdated, and it's as far back as 2017, which is not helpful for planning. And this scored 65%. So priority areas: revive sector planning processes involving development partners for effective sector coordination and WASH delivery, and then fast track the implementation of the newly launched WIS system. Our next building block is finance, and we are saying there has been some shift. And I know we mentioned this earlier about program-based budgeting, and all this information is available. However, there's no exclusive sector financing strategy to meet the national adopted SDG targets. So we have targets, but we don't know how we are going to fund them. And then lastly, whereas there are subsidies and cross-subsidies, and there is a move to ensure equity, some of these tariffs and their implementation are not pro-poor. So we need to look into that. So that scored 50%. And some of our priority areas are first, to fast track zero budget, zero draft financing policy, to guarantee sustainability of ongoing or already implemented WASH interventions, revisit implementation of existing subsidy arrangements so that they are pro-poor, and then lobby for funding from current and potential development partners to implement the ODF roadmap. Number 6, we have monitoring. Our key findings were the key findings were that we do have the National Wash Monitoring Framework in place, but this does not capture all the SDG parameters. We have the MDGs, we had the MDGs which are being captured, but how does then that fit into the SDGs? Additionally, we had discrepancies between what UBOS is tracking and what the ministry is also tracking. And we're saying 250 WASH CSOs in the sector, only a third of these report through the national database. But hopefully with the new system, that will be harmonized. And then post-ODF monitoring protocols are in place. However, these are rarely updated or enforced. So what are our key priority areas? One is to align the national wash monitoring framework to SDG parameters. And I think we had a very good meeting in Ginger that is looking towards this. Engaging UBOS to address the sector data discrepancies, because we all need to have our data going into the same place. And then lastly, update and enforce post-ODF monitoring protocols. Our 7th building block is water resources and environment. And I think our sector report that the ED presented reported that a lot of the organizations currently are working with water resources management, which is a very good thing. And we are saying that all the relevant protocols are there for drinking water, for effluent, we have all these standards. However, when it comes to monitoring, we do not have the resources, first of all, and usually you'll find that this is only a sample of the sources that are being tested, for example, for E. coli, which needs to improve. So what were our priorities? Lobby for additional funding to support effective routine monitoring of water quality, water resources, and wastewater discharge. So this is across the board at all the different zones. And then share all the relevant knowledge with service providers on catchment protection and water safety planning. It's not helpful if one organization is doing it or one service provider is doing it, but it needs to be across the board and it needs to be uniform. Next, we have learning and adaptation. And I think this forum is one of the events that can attest to what we are doing under learning and adaptation. We have UWEC, we have DWSSC meetings, district budget conferences, and through the efforts of UWASNet, the budget advocacy handbook is in place, partly to advocate for meaningful and greater involvement of key stakeholders in the WASH sector. However, there are still gaps regarding effective utilization of these spaces. I think the Water Resources Institute has a monthly webinar. However, filling these gaps of getting everybody involved is the biggest problem. So what are our priority areas? We said to consider institutionalizing learning to ensure its continuity with minimal dependence on donor funding. And this will ensure that there's learning across the board and not just learning within the smaller sectors. Number 9, we have demand, behavior, and political will. Under that, one of the key findings was Cabinet passed a resolution that all villages should at least have one water source, and each member of parliament is required to contribute at least 300,000 Ugandan shillings to sustain the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH, which I think is a very good step and a true testament to political will. Additionally, there are plans in place. Whoa. I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. There are plans in place to incorporate gender considerations. However, the gender strategy under the Ministry of Water and Environment is due for a review. However, it is now a requirement for Parliament to demand for gender compliance certificates before passing ministry budgets. So what are our priority areas? Promote integration or mainstreaming of gender activities into other funded activities to leverage resources for gender-specific activities. So basically, as we are budgeting for everything else, let us prioritize gender even as we are budgeting. And so those are the 9 building blocks that we had. I thank you. And now I will invite Diana Kesiga, who will take us through our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loretta. I know it's after lunch. Energy levels are a bit down. Or are we not? Are the energy levels still high or? I would like to appreciate the Water and Environment Liaison Department for coordinating this reflection workshop. Thank you, Mr. Epitu, and thank you, Ivan Biza. Ivan was in the room. Where is he? Anyway, but thank you so much for having taken us through that workshop. So as a way of also, re-energizing, let's give them a 3 factorial, but let's give it when we are standing. Yeah? Appreciating the liaison department. So 3 factorial, you clap 3 times and go down to 2 and then 1, okay? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Super, great. Thank you so much. So we are going to have a 15 minutes panel discussion so that we can understand some of the initiatives towards WASH system strengthening, both at the national level through the Ministry of Water and Environment, but also through the CSO space. So I'll invite my panelists. We have 3 panelists, and our first panelist has contributed to capacity building of almost everyone in this room. They have championed the sector resources mobilization efforts. Let's welcome Mr. Epitu Joseph, the Commissioner, Water and Environment Sector Liaison. Our second panelist is a gentleman that has served in all the departments of the Ministry of Water. Can we guess who that is? And he has really touched and impacted almost each and everyone in this room. Most of us here actually are his sons. We call him Daddy. We are his sons and daughters. Let's welcome Engineer Christopher Tomsime, the Commissioner, Water Utility Regulation. And our third panelist is a young lady. She has championed WASH system strengthening and public health within the Agenda for Change Coalition. She is the WASH system strengthening and project officer with WaterAid Uganda. Let's welcome Ms. Enid Brenda Naikoba. So I will give each about 3 minutes, to give us our responses to these questions, and then I'll invite 3 questions from us, from you, towards the panel, and then we can close. So starting off with Mr. Epitu. The Ministry of Water and Environment recently launched the Water and Environment Information System Platform. We want to understand what is this and what plans does the ministry have to roll this out for utilization in planning by all stakeholders?
Thank you very much, Diana. And once again, good afternoon to all. I've already been introduced, so I don't need to introduce myself. Now, the ways, as we call it, water and environment information system is a centralized platform that the Ministry of Water and Environment, with support from our development partners, has put in place with the overall objective of ensuring that all our data is in one place, but also our stakeholders are able to access that data from both within the ministry and outside the ministry. We have been developing this system for some time now, and as we speak now, we are testing it, but also rolling it out as Diana has submitted. Now, in terms of rollout, we are using various approaches. One, we are rolling out internally within the departments of the ministry, but also taking it to our regional offices. We have regional offices in Mbale, Lira, Mbale taking care of the eastern districts, Lira taking catering for the northern districts, including the West Nile sub-region. Then we have Mbarara catering from the southwestern districts. We have our central regional office in Wakiso. We also have an office in Fort Portal and more recently in Karamoja. So we are currently rolling out the ways in terms of capacity building, but also installing it in all those regional offices. Then we also have externally, we are also, we have put in place a web portal that is to provide services, database access to our external stakeholders. And those are other ministries, departments, and agencies of government, including the NGOs and CSOs, and maybe subsequently also the private sector. And the other approach we are using to roll out is to integrate our database with other government entities like NITAU, like URA, like also Ministry of Local Government. You'll notice that in the recent past, we have had a lot of creation of new administrative units across the country. Now, these administrative units new administrative units have distorted our data database management, because now we don't know which village has a water source and which water source falls in which village. Most of this last financial year, my department has been conducting an exercise to align the existing water sources to the new administrative units, so that we are able to report on the presidential directive for one water source per village. So again, the ways in this rollout, will be helping us with that, especially with the local governments. And finally, we are also targeting specific thematic groups in our rollout process. For instance, we have the Association of Private Drillers. More recently, we have also been taking the ways to them so that they begin, first of all, understanding the system, but also be able then to provide us and input their data into the ways. So basically, what we are saying under the rollout of the ways is that in the very near future, both internal and external stakeholders should be able to have access to our database online. You can request for it and then get information on water sources, can get information on forestry cover, can get information on underground water, both surface and underground, can have information on climate change and all other services that are being provided by the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We appreciate the ministry for all those great efforts. And a question to Engineer Christopher. Functionality of water supply systems, the infrastructure that we have, both in rural and urban, has stagnated at 85% for the past over 5 years. And in response to this, back in 2020, the Ministry of Water and Environment developed and rolled or launched the National Framework for Operation and Maintenance of Rural Water Infrastructure. So we're wondering, what are the plans for harmonizing and regulating the management of point water sources, looking at the area service provider model within the regulation department?
Okay, thanks a lot. Chris Tumsime have been introduced. That performance, that the functionality of 85% for rural water supply services systems has always been contested, including when we have the members of parliament and the political leaders, including the president, argues that that figure is high, but whenever they go out, they find that so many water systems are not functional. So what we are trying to look at now, for urban water supplies, we have perfected, or we have moved the utility model way, in which case we have appointed 6 umbrella authorities, plus National Water and Sewage Corporation, plus 1 district local government, and a private company as utilities. But when it comes to rural water, regulation of rural water is a bit hanging in the air. We developed the O&M framework in 2018, nicely bound with all ideas. Unfortunately, we put the framework on shelf, but we have started to see how best we can implement that framework for operation and maintenance of rural water supply, including regulation. And what we are going to do, we are going to get all the district local governments gazetted as water authorities. So what we are having in urban, the approach of implementing an urban, we borrow that one, and we get also all the district local governments gazetted in each district as an individual, as a water authority. This will not conflict with any legal situation or the laws at the present. The second one, we'll get the Minister of Water and Environment to sign performance contracts with the district local governments, that you'll be responsible for a number of functions that will be listed in the performance contract. And those ones, if we do it that way, we will not be in a conflict with any legal situation or the legal status in this country. Now, we appreciate, we previously had hand pump mechanics and hand pump mechanics associations. These were helping us to distribute hand pump spares and other spares for piped water supply systems. So we are going to upgrade the hand pump mechanics to area service providers, and they can work on a management contract with the district local governments so that they can do most of the work that is on O&M, trying to compile data, and also make available the spares in the district local governments. So in that, we are going to hit one aspect is, the one aspect that we are going to hit is to get an entry point to regulate rural water supplies using the performance contract with the minister and the district, and also using the hand pump mechanics who will be the area service providers to generate data, working against the conditions that will be put in the performance contract to make sure that we get data real time, if possible, and we get a way of regulation of water supplies in rural areas. That is generally what we're going to look at in order to improve on functionality of water supplies in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Chris. The regulator has spoken. They are going to upgrade the hand pump mechanics into area service providers. I hope that doesn't discourage any potential ASPs in the room. It's an even playing field. Please take note of your questions. We have one more and then we'll have a chance to ask questions. And finally, to Ms. Brenda, gender mainstreaming has been underscored as a key intervention to promote inclusivity and utilization of WASH services. If you could share with us, what are some of the current challenges and solutions to integrating or mainstreaming gender activities into development programs and policies?
Yeah, thank you, Diana. So over the past few years, we've seen gender becoming a key important aspect in WASH, basically to also promote utilization of the facilities we put in place. But the key question here is, we also, people seated here, is around the attitude we have around gender and mainstreaming. So how deep have we understood the gender mainstreaming and integration into the services that we provide to the users? Many at times, this is a desk thought through process. And when evidence is gathered, majority of this is not shared out. I think it's a key gap for us to learn that we need to collect more evidence around gender in WASH, what has been done, what is being promoted, what is acceptable or serving the needs of the community. And then we are able to modify that and then go back and consult the community. I think one key thing that we can adopt is that not one design fits all, or not everything will serve the same communities differently. So the difference that we have in the different communities should also be captured, that the different aspects will not apply everywhere. So can we adopt a model where we consult, modify, and then consult so that our designs are responsive and timely to the needs of the people? And when it comes to the policies, I know recently there are a lot of policies in place that speak to gender, both within the sector, the gender ministry itself, including one that was talked about, the gender certification before the financing. But then when you go down after the financing and budgetary, how have we incorporated KPIs or performance indicators to monitor how we are delivering services that are suitable and fitting into the gender mainstreaming aspect that we are talking about? So how much of that monitoring, performance indicators or evidence are we collecting? And not just collecting, but how are we utilizing the information we are collecting? Are we collecting to just publish, disseminate in workshops like this? Or are we going back down to the same people we collected data from, give feedback to also the local governments? I think the other key thing could be around, which has been echoed a lot, is around the resource allocation or mobilization to include gender. So you find that some aspects appear expensive. For example, if you're going to do an infrastructure and you just to put a stance and leave, that would definitely be cheaper than you modifying that stance to be able to be friendly to the women, include the lighting, have a point for the washroom where they can actually be able to access and be able to change the environment in itself. So I think those are key things that we need to look out, and also looking at the water points and the utilization. So we are talking of every village having a water point, but have we looked into factored in the distance the women have to walk, and the girls, who are the main key factors fetching the water? How far is this water point from my household that I have to go and fetch water and come back? And then also the technologies that we are putting in place. I know we have a lot of innovations, but then also when you look around, I think the hand pumps, I feel to me, should be an area that requires a little of innovation. If you've been to a borehole or a hand pump that is a little bit dilapidated or has served some years, there's that much energy you will need to pump that water point to be able to get water. But there are technologies that we've seen around, moving around, where you can actually have pedal operated hand pumps, or basically simpler versions of us to be able to pump and receive this water. I think those are literally like key things. And when you look at what needs to be done, I think we need to get away from just talking about gender mainstreaming, putting it in our documents nicely presented in our proposals, the gender sensitive facilities that we are putting into place, and take the action, meet the communities, do series of community engagements, and also ensure we have behavior change within the communities. Let us be able to listen to the communities. And then the other key thing that I would look at would be capacity versus representation. So when you look at different forums, you're talking of gender on being represented, women being represented on key decision-making platforms, including when we go down to the water user committees. But then have we looked at the other side, the capacity? What are we doing to ensure that it is meaningful representation? It's not just putting women to just go sit silently and they're not basically contributing to the decisions, but just receiving the decisions. So I think we need to look beyond the representation part and look into the capacity of building these women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Enid. Not one size fits all. So let's continue to consult, adapt, and then implement. It's now time to take some 3 questions from you. Who would like to go first? Anyone with a question? Yes, that's one. Who will be the second? Energies are down, or there are no questions? Let's hear from him.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Nicholas from Pania District Local Government. My question goes to Engineer Chris, especially as the Ministry of Water and Environment positions itself to implement the new O&M framework to increase functionality. He said that the plan is to upgrade the Alpine Mechanics Association to be the local area service provider. But my experience is that sometimes back to many local governments form this Alpine Mechanics Association. But to date, they got disintegrated because of a number of factors relating to capacity issues and finances to serve in the area of repair and others. My suggestion is that why don't we use some of the existing CSOs that are working within local governments who have the capacity in terms of finances and also to retrain these handpan mechanics to be part of them so that these CSOs can work as local area service providers, because already there are local governments that are piloting. Like in my district, we have the ILF through their arm called Everflow, who are already doing this. And they have trained some few handpan mechanics that they are using. Because under the new O&M framework that emphasizes on CBMS Plus, there is also need to upgrade on the handpan spares that we are supposed to use. And when you move from galvanized to stainless steels, it is expensive. And I don't think the handpan Mechanics Association can afford this. So we would rather use the CSOs, but handpan mechanics will be trained and they employ them to serve under that arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Do we have another question? Yes, one and then two. And then we'll take those.
Thank you very much. I just want to add to what my brother there has just been saying. The transition seems good from from the handpan mechanics to the service providers. The reality on the ground is that these boreholes, in terms of collecting O&M user fees, remains a challenge. Some may collect 500, some may collect 1,000 shillings. Now, they may have different challenges of breakdown. In terms of breakdown, it can be a pipe, it can be a chain, it can be just a small thing. Now, the service provider will not charge the same amount as compared to a handpan mechanic, because to register to become a service provider, we all know in this country what it requires. Some of the requirements are unwritten rules, which we know in our systems. So for that service provider to qualify to go and repair the wells, he will have parted with something very, very reasonable from his pocket. Now, to ask that service provider to go and prepare a well is also going to charge a lot of money to fix that borehole, which these users may not afford. At the end of the day, we may end up going backwards, where we shall have more wells broken because the requirements by the service providers is high. Communities will go back to the dirty water. That's my fear. Thank you.
Thank you, and over to Dan. I'm sure he's also going to ask the regulator. The regulator spoke and shook the room.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Daniel Twite. I work with Web Solutions, one of the organizations piloting the O&M framework in the various regions of Uganda. I want to reinforce the question that was raised by the other speaker from the other corner. And in regard to his suggestion to have CSOs to also take on the responsibility of being an ASP. It's a good one, but also we know that we are constrained by the procurement regulations and act, which requires that only companies can apply for such. So as the regulation department, do you think there is a way we can work around that and maybe have a waiver and have NGOs also become eligible to apply for such responsibility of being an ASP? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll be only listening to Engineer Christopher Tumsime, and we close this out.
Okay. Thanks a lot. The currently I'm in regulation, and as the moderator said, I was also in rural water supply when we are developing the Hand Pump Mechanics Association. So I was still keen on the hand pump mechanics. But it is true, it's not only the hand pump mechanics, but we get service providers who can do this work of maintenance of water supplies, CSOs, NGOs, CBOs, and the like also as well in the communities, as long as they fulfill what is required. I agree with you. There was somebody there who was indicating there could be such challenges. I've seen in the morning, we are going to discuss in detail how the O&M framework. Thanks for putting this on the agenda. Let's meet in the morning in the governance group, and we discuss and we see these challenges. And I want to work with you to see how we can overcome these challenges. And when we do that, we'll come in the plenary to share with the remainder how we are going to address that challenge. So tomorrow, 8 o'clock, we meet in the good governance group. Procurement, sometime back when we were going in for the hand pump mechanics and the like, and NGOs also looking at sustainability of rural water infrastructure, we approached PPDA, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets, and they gave us a clearance that we can use CBOs and NGOs in the maintenance of water supplies. Thanks a lot for bringing it up. It is an area that we are going to very quickly go to PPDA and get this clearance, because otherwise they will say that how do you procure? But we have ever done it, and we are going to go up front. Thanks for the information, so that we work with PPDA and get that as early as possible. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the presenter, the panelists, and the moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, are we all still here? Is digestion taking its toll on us? Okay, thank you so much. That was our first panel for this afternoon. Use the space where you are to stand up a little bit, box the air with your left hand, box the air with your right hand, kick the air with your left leg, kick the air with your right leg. I was almost saying kick the air with your left hand. I don't know. I don't know if I was just falling asleep. So just use your space to re-energize yourself a little bit. As we prepare for our next presentation, I should have asked Engineer Chris to remain upstage because he's going to be our next presenter. But he's still consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, don't feel gagged. If there's any idea that pops up in your mind, even though the discussion has ended, write it down, present it to the presenter, and have a discussion. It's not all about groups, it's also about one-on-one. Okay, we're going to get into another session right on time. I am really happy that we have redeemed the time. We are back to 3:20, exactly where we planned Engineer Chris to be ending his presentation, but we're right in time. And it's going to be about water tariffs policy. What comes to mind when we talk about water tariffs? What comes to your mind? For Me, when we talk about water tariffs, immediately my heart skips because I think about my bill at home. And I'm like, okay, is he about to declare a tariff that has gone higher than what I'm used to? What's all about this tariffs policy? Okay, IT, please make yourself available quickly. IT, we are water specialists, not IT specialists. So please come and help us to deal with this pointer. We shall not give you an opportunity to make us a laughing stock.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon once again. Chris Tumsime, Commissioner of Utilities Regulation. And I'm to share with you the tariff policy of the Ministry of Water and Environment. As we are looking for it, around 2009, or a little earlier than that, we had quite a number of water supply systems coming on for small rural growth centers and rural growth centers and small towns. They were coming in and we were getting them to the private operators, the private operator model for operation and maintenance. And we got quite a number. By then there were about 160 something water supplies, which were under private operator model. Alongside that, we had National Water and Sewage Corporation, which was specifically looking at 18 towns, and later became 23. And then the bulk of the gravity flow schemes were considered as rural water supplies. They didn't have clear management structure. I don't know IT if there is, I have also a copy on the flash, you know, for us who are born before computers, I also carried a flash. So by that time, we had objection from National Water and Sewage Corporation that they are a distinct corporation. They don't want to be brought into the bracket of tariff policy. And rural water was not included because of what I have told you, what we're discussing with the moderator of the previous session. So the small towns where each town by that time was having a specific operator. So what we had to do was to develop by then the tariff policy for small towns, rural growth center, water supplies, and large gravity flow schemes. That's why it was stopping. Small towns, rural growth centers, and large gravity flow schemes. Now, over the years, the private operator model has been phased out. Reason being governance. I'll stop at that. Their term of management was short. We're giving them 3 years. So National Water was also keen to take on more water supplies from 18 to currently 276. The number of water supplies which were piped were increasing. So we had to move to the operator model, utility model, from the operator model to the utility model. And as I speak, we have got 6 utilities as umbrellas housed in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Wikwe District Local Government is also a utility as a district, and Kalangala Infrastructure Services. So currently there are 9, but the number of systems are increasing, and we also have this element that we are talking about, getting to the districts, so that we also task them, because in addition to what water supplies are under those utilities, there are smaller or medium-sized water supplies, solar-powered, that are in the communities also out there that need to be managed. So there were a number of gaps that were identified in the 2009 policy. We needed to make it a national policy, not a policy for some, and leave out national water and leave out rural water and leave out point water sources. So we had to make sure that we develop a policy that speaks to the current situation. So what we did, we hired some lead in form of a consultancy, help us in the discussions and identifying what are the challenges, what we can do, how can we bring everybody on board. And over time, we have gone through that, and we have gone through that, coming to the development of the 2004 policy. And where we have reached now, we have done quite a lot of consultations. I must admit that quite a number, we might have made a number of CSOs in either in the regions or at the national level, but where we have reached is at number 6. We got sought concurrence of the top water policy committee, and now we are remaining with discussing with the minister to have it signed off and becomes a water policy. But we have an opportunity that these slides, and including the policy itself, we can share it with the CSOs, and we enrich the final documentation. So the principles of the revised policy are based on flexibility, to alignment with business plans, cost recovery, and subsidies. I'll take a little bit on those cost recovery and subsidies at a later time. These were the objectives still in the revised policy, that it should cover equity, efficiency, socioeconomic transformation, financial sustainability, and the like. I'm moving a little bit faster, but the slides will be available to the Secretariat and the other ones with it. We can also do that and look through at a later time. So what are the policy elements now? That we are going to use volumetric consumption, so that each authority will have to bill based on volumetric consumption. That all meters, all outlets to be metered, either pre or post-paid. And some situations you find that we don't have meters, but if we don't have meters, we shall base on consumption of the previous period if we are to project your consumption if you don't have a meter. And for individual customers, the record of the meter reading should be the basis of billing. Previously, we used to bill based on a simple Excel sheet. for each and every scheme. And we are mainly looking at the operation and maintenance costs, mainly staff, chemicals, electricity, and any other incidentals specific to the water supply. But now we have to give guidance on how we can do utility model whereby you are having one or two or many schemes that you are managing as a service provider. It allows for cross-subsidy. The previous one was not allowing for cross-subsidy. You find if you are a water supply like in Zimbabwe, and the technology only gives you a higher tariff, you have to pay that. But in this situation, we can do cross-subsidy. One which is a higher tariff water supply can be subsidized by a lower tariff water supply, so that we get an average tariff. Services to the poor are also indicated. If we identify the poor and provide a tariff for the poor, then can also be subsidized within that. The tariff review process, it is included in the implementation plan, but we are going to see that it is a laborious and mathematical model, which mathematical model we may not do each and every year. And where possible in that box, in that last bullet, since it is complex, if we find that we cannot have the data each and every year, then we are going to use the aspect of indexation, meaning that we can index to keep the tariff stable, having been eroded by changes in foreign exchange rate, fuel prices, so that we index it so that it keeps afloat. So the policy has got a clear modeling formula that the average tariff is basically total revenue required divided by volume of consumption, that water you have sold. Tariff is the biggest element of sustainability of the water supply, and all that money will come from the water sold. So all the revenue requirement, it has to be from the water sold, and that's how we get the tariff. But when we get this tariff, it will be one figure, and we say, for example, if it is National Water and Sewage Corporation as a big, we'll say that tariff is got 3,150 shillings per cubic meter. But we can go in that 3,150 shillings and define consumer categories and try to identify which types of consumer categories can be subsidized within by other consumers. Therefore, you come with categorization if you want, industrial consumers if you want, institutions if you want, the tariff at the stand post, then you can work in that by subsidizing different consumer categories, but within the total revenue requirement. And the total revenue requirement will be based on the changes in regulated assets. Here, we are identifying that during the period of that tariff, if we want to increase maybe the distribution network, then that additional cost in the distribution network should form part of the tariff. If we increase by a certain figure and we are saying that it is full cost recovery, then whatever we have changed in the assets for one scheme or for 20 schemes that we are managing as a utility, we have to put that money into the change in the asset base, meaning we are going to demand that each and every utility, including the districts, that's why we're talking about when the districts become authorities, we need to know what assets of water are in the district and how much are we adding, and can we get those added ones into the tariff if it is piped, or how do we get that if it is point water sources? Then we are used to that. The second one, average cost of capital. I must admit, recently there was a request. by national water to borrow money so that they can increase production. And if they borrow money in order to increase production, then the interest, including the payback, has to be part of the tariff. So it also comes into the tariff computation. We are used as much as possible to the operating expenses, where that is the staff, chemicals, overhead costs, and the like. So the operating expenses were used to that part. Depreciation, these are assets which we will depreciate over time. For example, if we are pumping using generator, we know that the generator's lifespan is about 10 years. So the depreciation, the cost of the generator has to be depreciated over 10 years. And each and every component of water supply has got a depreciation rate. Therefore, during that period, we have to get that money for depreciation into the tariff computation. And finally, the taxes. Currently, all piped water supplies managed by umbrellas, National Water and Sewage Corporation, and Karangara, they pay VAT. So VAT is included into that computation. It is as simple as this, but when we go beyond this simple computation, it becomes a little bit more arithmetic, and it requires too much data, and it becomes a bit more confusing, but we are going to leave it at this. But in case there is any need for going into this analysis, then we can also provide those details. But one of the issues, therefore, here, when we talk about full cost recovery tariff, we shall add those and divide by the volume of water that we are pumping or that we are selling. But in many cases, what we are having now, change in assets, we are not costing. In many cases, you find that government is putting in assets and it is not costed. The cost of capital, we find that we are not putting in, we are not, one of these water supplies, we are not talking about cost of capital. Depreciation, we are not talking about depreciation. In many cases, when we are talking about full cost recovery, we add all this. Partial cost recovery, we remove some of those. And then, even when we talk about subsidizing certain parts of the water supply, subsidizing consumption, there are certain areas that we now target and say, we are going to subsidize either in assets, we are going to subsidize in operating costs, or something like that. So when we talk about subsidy, when we talk about full cost recovery, the arithmetic is around this. Now, the principles of subsidy are included in the tariff policy, and now we are talking about whether it's a connection subsidy, the operational subsidy, consumption subsidy, capital subsidies. So some of these in the other mathematical model, we have to target where the subsidies are supposed to be. And we talk about we are going to subsidize. What are you talking about subsidy? Subsidy. There must be something specific you are subsidizing and it has to be included. And this is included in the policy. For point water sources, we agree that the tariffs should be progressively set to recover reasonable costs, because if you put the other mathematical model on the communities, the price is not easily managed. And at times you find that you don't have where you can target the subsidy or something. But at least for point water sources, we should progressively recover a reasonable cost of service provision, and where possible, index it. Where possible. If it is not possible, we don't index it. And to be affordable and simple to administer, at least simple to explain to the communities served by point water sources. Should be simplified and based on community-based setting process in accordance with the O&M framework, which we are going to discuss at least also. And subsidies, we have discussed this over and again. We also include in the policy tariff setting guidelines for sewage sanitation and non-sewage sanitation. Sewage sanitation, that is the sewers where you pump and we flush and it goes into the pipe and goes into the treatment plant. Non-sewage sanitation, where we can also do drop and store or drop and store and transport and treat. And those ones will be included and they are covered in the tariff policy. Where are we? We have done quite a number of these activities. As they keep there, I'll not read one by word, but there are a number of activities that we have done. And we have identified even an institution or a body that is responsible to make sure that this one is carried out or it is made available or shared with the responsible stakeholders in different fora. That is still what we have done in terms of tariff policy implementation. So what do we expect from the CSO forum? We want to share with you as key partners, because also what you are doing, you'll find yourselves talking about sustainability, talking about tariff, talking about subsidies, and those are the basics that we shall be using. And that's the reason why I was saying that we can share, we are available to share the documentation with our colleagues in the CSOs so that we can enrich any areas before the minister signed it off. The step we're remaining with now is the minister to get this one signed. We conclude by also saying that tariff, being the cost of service provided, is the key component of sustainability of water supplies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Chris, regulator, for shedding light on what we can expect from the tariffs policy. We're going to have a very brief interlude. Our learners will give us the last item of entertainment, just about 5 minutes, as you take note, write down and reflect on the presentation. And as Ms. Martha organizes her presentation, we shall have one round of questions at the end of the two presentations, and then we'll start winding up our day. So the young ones, please move very quickly. I don't know how to let them know. My sign language is really lacking. Please make your way. I hope I got it right. And yes, they're going to entertain us. We really thank God for them and for the things that they are learning and for the way they are quickly turning into WASH ambassadors. And the teacher will pass on that message to them. So they're going to entertain us briefly, and then we'll have Martha.
This is a member paying a visit to their school, and he has a message to pass to the learners Yeah, this is Simulaco School for the Deaf Children appreciates, and I'm going to give you a drama about hand washing, and he's trying to guide the learners that it's important to wash hands. It's important to traumatize washing hands, so that to make life easy. Do the best to show the rest. Thank you very much. We're still continuing. So we shall have some learners from school going back home in their enjoyment life and discussions, sharing about school and home also. Yeah, as we see them moving. So they are going to separate, but the other one look to have a problem or very hungry. Yes, he formed a friend that I'm very hungry. Yeah, I said it's okay now. I have my foot. I begin to. No. Stop. You are eating minus washing your hands. He said, no problem. Me, I'm very hungry. Don't tell me that nonsense. Let me continue eating. Wash your hands, please, first. You will get diseases, diarrhea, and so forth. African jams are very slow. I hate that. Let me continue eating as continue. Please wait. Let's wait and ask a teacher. You are doing a wrong thing. Rubbish, you go. Let me continue eating. So the teacher come. Are you okay? I'm okay. Yes, you are eating minus washing hands. Why? I'm very hungry. You must wash hands whenever you're hungry. Be patient. Wash hands. You get diarrhea, you got a stomach ache, and other diseases. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye, teacher. So after some time, he came, well, crying under serious pain. He's sick, he has diarrhea, stomach ache, headache. Life is hard. Life is hard. I'm suffering a lot. What's the problem? Problem the stomach pain, diarrhea, headache. I'm bad love. I'm bad love. You ate minus washing hands. That's the problem. Eating minus washing hands is bad. You need to wash. Let's help and take him to the nurse or hospital. So now under the care of the nurse, asking what was the problem. I see diarrhea, has malaria, stomach ache, a lot of problems. Okay. What is the problem? I'm suffering a lot. I cannot even tell you. I have a lot of pain. I can't talk. There's a lot of pain. They first give him first aid. Yeah, take some tablets. Now the pain is a bit coming down. Take more. Yes. Yeah. It's a bit okay. It's a bit okay. Life was hard. Pain was too much. Add more. You take more. Yeah. Okay. I can now see a bit. So now we are going to give you injection. Yes. Now we are checking the vessels. Yes. Yeah. Have checked blood and injection was given to him. Yeah. So now, from now, stop eating minus washing your hands. Listen to your teachers, what they advise you. Wash hands. Remember, washing your hands is the order of the day. That will have good life, no sickness when you wash your hands. So from today. It's your responsibility for your life. Go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Still continuing. Oh, members, thank you. So now it's a general work, school community to keep the compound clean. We need to clean our toilets and do everything together as a community. General cleanness, sweeping, slashing class, cleaning toilets, proper disposal of rubbish, burning, and everything as they pass message to other members about, yeah, that's the message that we ought to do, all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can we all give them flowers? Thank you, precious little ones from Mulago. We are really, really happy to have them this afternoon. And we appreciate the message, and we hope that this message they are taking to their communities and beyond just this hall. Thank you, Mr. Muyange, and your colleague and the children. All right, Martha is already set. And yes, yeah, the microphone.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Yes, I deliberately wanted to bring the gentlemen first so that you feel welcome to this session. Thank you so much for coming. I am delighted to be here, standing in between you and the end of the day. But I am going to be brief, so please stay with me as I take you on the journey of indicators for the WASH sector, both nationally and also globally. My name is Martha Naigaga. I work as a Senior Environmental Health Officer in the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I also coordinate sanitation and hygiene. Hey. Sorry. Okay. Before we speak about the indicators, I want us to appreciate the importance of data in our operations. The data is a lifeline for decision-making and a raw material for accountability, without which we cannot count what we do and therefore cannot see how it grows, and that we need high-quality data to provide the right information on the right issues at the right time to inform designing, monitoring, evaluation, but also to be able to make the best decisions that we can on behalf of this sector and the people that we serve. Okay. We have our global WASH management information systems. And for this presentation, I'm going to refer only to the Ministry of Water performance measurement framework, although we recognize that WASH is indeed a multi-sectoral issue that cuts across several ministries and is not limited to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'll also tell you about the joint monitoring program and also the global analysis and assessment of sanitation and drinking water framework, also known as the GLASS framework. So for the National WASH MIS, around 2018, we were able to move away from what we used to refer to as the golden indicators, which were about 11 in number, and we adopted 42 sector indicators that were also aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. And out of those 42, about 14 are the ones that speak to water, sanitation, and hygiene. Relatedly, on the global scene, we have a joint monitoring program, which is basically a collaboration between WHO and UNICEF. And these are the custodians of global data. They produce a global report that gives the situation of water, sanitation, and hygiene globally. Relatedly, they also monitor the WASH SDGs, which is ideally 6.1 and 6.2. We also have another global analysis and assessment framework class, and this is implemented by WHO on behalf of UN Water, but this goes beyond just monitoring and producing reports to do with access to WASH, but looks into other issues like inputs required to extend and sustain WASH services across countries, and also country-led multi-sectoral processes for all the players and stakeholders that feed into the WASH space. They also identify drivers and bottlenecks. Their system is a bit more broad, and they're able to touch all those aspects in addition to collecting data from countries and external support agencies. These two, GLASS and Joint Monitoring Program, are very close to each other, and many times their reports speak to each other. So in 2018, the 42 indicators I talked about, we have about, and I know this must be a little small for everyone, and you're straining to read this, but I would like you just to know that about 14 of them, they speak to safe water supply and sanitation and hygiene. They are largely aligned to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, although we have some indicators that are truly local. For example, number 3, which is the percentage of villages with a safe water source supply. That one arose from a directive that we got from His Excellency that requires us to enumerate and count how many villages are accessing or actually left behind in terms of having at least one safe water source. Currently, we're about 80% for that, but I will not go into the statistics as we stand now for each of those indicators. But as you see them, mostly they are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. And why did we do that? We wanted to be able to collect one data set that we can use to report both nationally and also for the global reporting requirements. Even with those indicators, we realize that we still have some challenges in monitoring them, which include inconsistent definitions and calculations amongst stakeholders. We at the ministry count in a certain way. People in civil society sometimes are not counting what we are counting. In the local government, sometimes there are discrepancies here and there, and we take note of that and are desirous of harmonizing that kind of situation. There is also fragmented data collection systems across ministries. I'll give an example of sanitation. Much as we try so much to work closely with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and all the other ministries that are relevant to the sanitation and hygiene space, sometimes we realize that the systems are fragmented and we are not able to have the same data set. It's a work in progress, and we are optimistic that at some point we shall achieve harmony and have a system that speaks to each other regardless of which ministry it's coming from. Limited capacity and resources. The data collection and analysis and reporting is a largely an unfunded action or intervention, both at national level and also in the districts. And we recognize this and are working around the clock to see how we attract some more funds into this. Because as I earlier said, all the decisions that we make regarding increasing access and overcoming the challenges that we have must be evidence-based, and that we cannot do without having valid and reliable data. And that relates also to the technical expertise and the tools that will ensure data quality, especially from remote places. So, recognizing all those issues that we have around our data and our indicators and our revised performance measurement framework, we undertook to have a reflection as a country. And we wanted to discuss, and we have conducted that discussion within the sector players as government, but also from the civil society organizations, and also our development partners like UNICEF and WHO. And we have embarked on a journey to make sure that we refine, continue to customize, and own these indicators as a sector, irrespective of which side of the sector you come from, whether you are state or non-state. So that's a journey we are working on. We conducted our national reflection in June this year, and with us we had a team from GMP and GLASS, and they came and we discussed how aligned our systems are to their systems, what causes the discrepancies between what they report and what we report. You realize if you read the JMP report, you'll get different figures sometimes from what we report on in our performance reports. So we had a conversation and realized at what point the convergence, the divergence actually happens. And we are in conversations on seeing how to harmonize and deal with that. One of the outcomes from that meeting gave birth to a task force that is multi-sectoral in nature that is supposed to complete the job and eventually come up with a guide and a document and go down to the nitty-gritties of understanding and unpacking those indicators, reviewing the calculation methods and etc., to be able to provide guidance to the sector regarding the indicators. We have a monitoring guide for these indicators that was supported by UNICEF around 2018, but we are in the process of reviewing that to be able to capture all that work that is going into the reflection to ensure that harmony is achieved. So we have a consultant that is supporting the process, and we hope that the whole assignment will be concluded by December, and we shall have a revised guide where we have undertaken all those mergers and harmonization actions. Okay, so we have a task force that is going to carry on the work. That workshop that took place in Jinja had members from all these and more. Civil society was represented, but we went ahead to form a task force that has Ministry of Water and Environment, Health, Education, Gender, Bureau of Statistics is very key in this. We also want to see how to harmonize what we report on vis-a-vis what is reported as the situation in the country by the Bureau of Statistics. So that's how the composition of the task force is looking like. And basically their role will be to review the WASH indicators and take the conversation to conclusion. But they will also propose improvements to the indicators that are still not very grounded, and also propose better ways of calculation if needed. And the task force is also supposed to coordinate data integration, validate outputs, monitor quality, but also kickstart the dissemination when we finally have our guide that has been validated by all sector players. So during the Jinja meeting, we identified issues which we expect the task force to continue to look into as they identify even others. For example, the definitions of the indicators, that they are not uniform across all the relevant ministries. We want to ensure harmony, that when we speak basic sanitation, it is understood the same way in the Ministry of Water, in the Ministry of Health, and all those others. For example, under sanitation, we also need to go ahead and customize what it means to have a certain indicator in the rural context vis-a-vis what it is in the urban context. You realize that sometimes it cannot be the same, and we need to guide the country a little better to be able to count the right things for both contexts. Hygiene, so far we use only hand washing as our indicator for hygiene, but globally we are also supposed to report on menstrual hygiene, but so far we don't have that indicator as a country. So we are supposed to look into issues like that. Our guide restricted itself mainly to community wash and did not go so much into institutional wash apart from schools, especially regarding sanitation. So we want to see how we harmonize it and include the other aspects that were left out, like institutional wash, public sanitation, but also the monitoring and evaluation, where the feedback is actually the feedback mechanism for those for the guide is not actually specified. Members, I think we uploaded the wrong presentation. Is it the technology? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's just continue with this one. So we propose some strategic actions that we want to undertake as a sector that will lead us to the realization of stronger wash monitoring systems. And in there, we are proposing standardization of indicator definitions across all sectors, across all ministries that are contributing to the wash space. We also recommend integrating data collection and reporting to have a unified data collection system or a system that allows feeding from the different ministries. Strengthening the coordination mechanism. This is very important for us to have alignment in monitoring frameworks, data sharing and reporting across all the ministries that contribute to the WASH space. Expanding monitoring to institutions, these are already highlighted. And we want to be able to have a holistic picture reflecting everything, that when we speak water, we can be able to report on community water supply, institutional water supply, and all that. In the same vein as sanitation, we also want to report on community sanitation, public sanitation, and also institutional sanitation, so that we are able to report about the SDG holistically, because it speaks to universal access. Universal access means that everyone everywhere must be accessing. Whether you are an institution or a public place or at your home, you must be able to access safely managed wash services all the time. That's all I had for you. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. Despite scaring us that that was the wrong impression, everything just sounded right. And I think Martha was just trying to make sure that we're all awake and following. All right, I'll not let you sit, Martha, because we are going to have a quick reflection on three presentations. I'm going to invite Engineer Christopher back here, I'm going to invite Martha back here, and I'm going to invite ED. Remember that we did not have an opportunity to share with ED our views on the highlights that she gave. So we're going to use the next 15 minutes to reflect on the 3 presentations that we just had. Those that had issues to share with the ED, please pull them out from wherever you kept them. Those that noted a few things to share with Engineer Christopher, please, this is the time, and also with Martha. So I would request the 3 presenters to come and assume these beautiful seats, and then I will request members, just raise your hand if you have something to say, and you say exactly to whom it's going. And we shall have just 1 round of questions in the interest of time. In the interest of time, we shall not extend it. Remember, we have an opportunity for detailed discussions tomorrow in our thematic groups. So if something remains, you still have tomorrow and Friday. For now, let's raise our hands, and Chris will be coming your way with the microphone. So we're going to take only 6 questions, 2 per presenter.
Thank you. Mine goes to Engineer Chris. I was impressed by the presentation on the policy on tariffs, but I didn't understand what the policy says about the methodology for calculating the tariffs. The formula was given, but it wasn't clear whether it's at the discretion of the utility to factor in full cost recovery. That's including cost of capital, the capital itself. Is it at the discretion of the utility, or there is some recommendation in the policy that guides on that? Because I think the policy should be very clear on that. Otherwise, we might have some utilities developing a tariff based on full cost recovery, and the tariff will be higher, and then others are leaving out some components like capital and the cost of capital, and the tariff will be lower. Thank you.
Back at hand right there next to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Peter Thorning from Danish People's Aid. Thank you, Martha, for a very interesting presentation. So I was just a little bit surprised to learn that here in 2024, we still don't have a national indicator for MHM. So I know that this was a bit sensitive when this was developed back in the day as part of the SDG 6, and that the only thing we could all agree on was hand washing. But I think I would like to know your position on where we stand today on this one and what are the prospects. And maybe in that, along that line, maybe I could also pass that on to you, Unia, to enlighten us on what the position of the civil society organizations in Uganda is on that particular important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mine is not a question, but I just want to discuss the presentation by my sanitation learned colleague, Martha. For many years, a long time, me and Sam and those old timers, we have been grappling with the problem of agreeing on indicators for data collection. You will find, as you pointed out correctly, the Ministry of Health, maybe they have a different system, a Ministry of Water, a different one. Now we've also seen GMP, GLAS, and so on. And we have never agreed on what definitions are. And we are continuing to put a lot of energies on this. That's why I want to suggest, what if we forgot about that and we spent more energies on building capacity to collect the data and utilize it there and then for your own use? Because we don't know what GMP glass use this data for. We don't know. We see it published in glossary books and so on, but we don't know why they need. But at the source, if we develop the capacity, you collect your own data and use it to plan your work and to measure your progress. And we forget about these global dimensions for which we are not very sure. So like I said, I'm just brainstorming, I'm just discussing. I'm not asking a question, but you are free to respond. Otherwise, thank you very much. My name is Paul. I work for an organization called Network for Water and Sanitation as ET. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicholas. My question goes to ED. In your presentation, especially on the achievements, you noted that you were able to establish up to around 560 something open defecation-free villages. My experience is that these open defecation-free villages are achieved when a specific project is being implemented. And also as government using the hygiene and sanitation grant, especially when you're using the CLT approach, open defecation-free villages are also created. But after like 1 year or 2 years, when you go back there, you don't find that they are no longer open defecation-free. Now my question is, what sustainability arrangement as CSOs do you have in place to make sure that the open defecation-free villages that are achieved are sustained? Then the second concern I want to raise is that one of the component of hygiene is hand washing with soap in institutions and at household level. Your presentation did not come clearly on that. The biggest challenge currently in the country is that we are at 34% of hand washing. Do you have a strategy to reinforce government efforts to increase this percentage to maybe more than 50% as we get to 2030 SDG goal? Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if there are any more questions, but if not, we have 4 questions and they're evenly distributed. And therefore, I'm going to request our eminent presenters to respond to them, and then we'll start winding up our day. Where would you like me to start? Seniority first.
Okay, thanks a lot. If there is any guide on figures to put in the computation, the Section 94 of the Water Act empowers a utility service provider to propose a tariff that they would want to charge for water and sanitation services, subject to the approval by the minister. So the tariff setting is regulated by the minister. You have to set a tariff, but whichever tariff that you propose, you have to provide all the background data and the methodology that you have used to arrive at the tariff. And what we do as regulation, we work for the minister, subject to approval by the minister. We shall look at that computation, whether you have done, you want to make a tariff that includes cost of capital, you want to make a tariff based including depreciation, or all those including investments, whether you want to cover investments. So we cannot come and say a tariff policy is only indicating that we shall only cover operation and maintenance. a utility might find that the water supply they are managing are cheap, and therefore the cost is much lower. Or they find that it is higher and the cost is not affordable to the community. So we leave it to at least some function of the minister to say anything beyond this figure we don't accept, or when it comes below this figure, we need to include this, and maybe you can do the savings. So the policy is not a limiting document that says you will compute only tariff based on O&M, but gives all the options that compute the tariff based on the different parameters and show them. And as I've indicated to you, beyond what I presented, it is a bit more complicated. And we want you to show us where the data is coming from, why are you doing this? And in many cases, the minister has always brought the cost down and not upwards, because he has to consider the affordability of the users. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I want to comment about two issues. One, about menstrual hygiene management. It's an issue we recognize and take note of as sector players, especially from the government side, that we have not taken leadership in that. But there are some efforts that have gone into it already, and we are approaching it from the education side so far. We have some work that has gone into putting in place measures, first of all, to address the menstrual hygiene challenges that girls, school-going children experience. And we have, in partnership with Ministry of Education, a guide has been developed in that regard of how menstrual hygiene should be handled at schools. But also the interventions, for example, in terms of infrastructure, that the designs have been revised to include menstrual hygiene aspects to provide changing rooms and incinerators to manage the waste at source. Having said that, it is from there that we start to have conversations of how do we measure this? How do we measure this? But we also recognize that menstruation goes beyond school-going children. It happens elsewhere also in communities. And it will be part of the conversations that this task force is going to take on. And we believe there will be some key recommendations going forward in that regard. The next question or comment came from Mr. Luima. Thank you so much. Why don't we concentrate in our space and collect our data and use it without really thinking about what happens elsewhere, whether JMP is concerned or not? I would say that would be good for us, but the current global system doesn't allow us to work in isolation of the rest of the world, that you want to track only the things that you understand and you're not aligned to what is happening elsewhere. Unfortunately, I don't know how Uganda contributes to the global conversations or global agenda, but I think we do. When our leaders attend those, the UN General Assembly and all those other fora, we do make a contribution. So we cannot really exclude ourselves at this point and say because we don't know what they do with the data, we actually know what they do with it. They produce a global report from where we are able to see how the world is moving. How else shall we know that the world has achieved this or still has a gap in this regard if we are only going to look at our own space? Besides, we might be locked up in our own systems where we are still counting archaic things when the whole world has moved away. For me, I would appreciate really the global agenda and the frameworks that come from there. For example, they helped us to redefine issues to do with WASH. Previously, we were just counting toilets and we did not care about quality things. How long does it take to collect the water? What is the quality of the water in terms of sanitation, who is accessing what is the quality, what happens to the waste thereafter, is it polluting the environment, is it not? So I certainly think those global efforts are very important, and we must keep ourselves on track to be able to align also regionally in Africa, but also on the global scene. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, there are three questions. One was from Peter, not Peter, people, Peter. What is our voice as CSOs regards the missing indicators when it comes to the performance measurement for the full sanitation ladder? And what I can say, Peter, is that as CSOs, actually, we are having this dialogue, we are having this conversation because it was initiated by us. We engaged government years ago, a couple of years, around 2 or 3 years ago, when we started raising the issue of aligning our indicators to both global, but also nationally. And also we raised the issue of making sure that the databases are in place at national level that also promote coordination across the different line ministries. And then finally, the missing indicators. So that's where we are now. And like she shared, we are still on the round table inputting in the process to make sure that MHM, institutional WASH, all these we are missing. And we raise them based on dialogues like this that we had before, where members raised, CSOs raised that we need to incorporate these indicators within the performance measurement framework of the different line ministries. Then how are we as CSOs trying to ensure that we sustain the ODF villages? I'm speaking, members, I'm here on your behalf. You can raise a hand. However, there are many two strategies they can say. And one of them is that as CSOs, we are promoting the implementation. Well, one of the causes that, of course, lead to sliding back, you know, by the communities to go back to OD is, of course, not embracing that this is for their own benefit. And secondly, for some of them, I've ever been part of a monitoring a project that was funded by a big donor. And at one time, the district had, almost the whole district had attained ODF. But because of climate, incidences, there was a flood in eastern Uganda. And when we went back, you could just see pool floating in the water. So what CSOs are doing is, first of all, to promote climate resilient technologies. And we are proud to say that I think one of the agendas for this forum is where we're going to launch a climate resilient catalog for WASH technologies that has been supported by Sanitation and Water for All, but also many other of our members have and are promoting many of these technologies. Then the second one is the change of approaches, where there is incorporation of sanitation marketing within the promotion of sanitation and hygiene. And I think this helps, first of all, for the communities to invest, to feel the pinch that I paid some money, I put in that effort when I was putting up that toilet. So I should make sure that I make use of it. Yeah, that's one of the other strategies. Then the last question was regards what we are doing to ensure that we try to contribute to the hand washing with soap. Hand washing with soap targets, national targets. And I think one of them, still that's hand washing with soap really, it stems, one of the key things that we need to do for communities that are really not practicing it. Some of them may not know the impact it has on their health, or on their economic, or their livelihood. So there is really need for sensitization, capacity building, generating that evidence. Last week, I was part of the donor group, the WASH donor group, and we visited some of our members in Busoga region. We visited Life Water, and you could see they were sharing the impact that they had within their community. But from what they were narrating, the communities themselves, you could see that there was an impact, there was a lady in one of the households, how she narrated that improving on her hygiene led to improvement in her relationship at home, but also the health of the children. Then we also asked, there was a healthcare center close by where they still indicated that there was reduction of, WASH-related diseases that are recorded in that healthcare center. So all this requires for us to generate this evidence that we need to sensitize the communities more on why they need to practice good hygiene, but also change their mindset that is for their own good if they practice good hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand clap for our presenters. And that, I think, is a very good note to come to the end of our day. But before we finalize, let me make one announcement. We have these QR codes on our tables. If you're looking for the reports and other documents from UWASNet, please use the QR code, use your QR scanner and be able to download the documents. There's a big one that has all, but then there are also the ones that are individual. So it really depends on what you're interested in. I'm going to invite Tracy. She will give us in 1 minute the highlights of the day. She's been part of the rapporteuring team. And before she comes, or as she comes up here, let me also talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow we shall have our breakaway sessions, and that will be really an exciting moment because we shall go in depth as far as discussing the issues that arose today and the days before are concerned. So tomorrow we shall have side events. There will be concurrent. Side event 1 starts at 8:40 a.m. Sanitation and hygiene thematic working group. And then side event 2 will be about good governance. We have the technical working group on good governance. Those will be our first side sessions. They'll start at 8:40 a.m. I'm saying this so that we keep time. We shall first convene here, have a very brief engagement, and then we'll break out at 8:40. So please be here by 8 so that we start on time. Now I'll invite Tracy to give us the highlights of today in 1 minute, and then we shall continue with our networking at the tea table. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Birunji Tracy Lane, and I will be presenting the key highlights from our day 1 of the 14th WASH CSO Forum. In the morning, we had an introduction by the Executive Director of UWASNet. In her speech, she introduced to us the Chairperson Board of Directors, key stakeholders that were part of the meeting from the various ministries, development partners, and regional coordinators, private sector, and the sister networks that we have here with us, KWASNet and WINS. We had she later on introduced the Chairperson Board of Directors to deliver her welcoming remarks. She shared with the Board of Director Chairperson, shared with us the annual forum, that the annual forum offers a space of networking, learning, and as we share our successes and failures, through deep reflection, we should aim to amplify the voices of a civil society. We had remarks from a representative of UNICEF, Mr. Wandera Stephen, who shared with us the commitment of UNICEF towards supporting the CSOs and the private sector while promoting public-private partnerships. We then had representatives from the development partners, DPA, Mr. Padel Thoning, who emphasized the importance of community engagement in WASH outcomes and called for an increased sector financing and transformative WASH solutions. We had a presentation on the NDP2 to the NDP4 progress, where we saw that the water, environment, and human capital development is interlinked. WASH is not a standalone component. WASH has been made a standalone component in the NDP4. He also noted there was a decline in the targets under the NDP3 from those that were in the NDP2. The focus areas for the NDP4 are household income, debt management, and ensuring collaborations. The NDP3 lessons are focused on the household as the smallest economic unit, prioritize projects and build domestic resilience. Collaboration is critical for systematic and WASH outcomes. The challenges that were scored in the previous NDP3 was limited visibility of the WASH sub-programs in contributing towards the programs, dysfunctional water supply infrastructure vis-a-vis the water demand, the mismatch of budget and plans, decline of water sources due to climate change and human activity. We then had our first panel discussion. It was on the minimal progress under the programmatic approach. Here we had a representative from the Ministry of Water, Ministry of Health, and also other key stakeholders. From the representative from the Ministry of Water called on for an innovative financing for WASH. The panelists also talked about strengthening institutional and multi-sectoral coordination to ensure that there is no lack in enforcing critical for WASH programs. A holistic approach to address WASH is called for by the Ministry of Health and launched a national health adaptation plan to handle the health emergencies when they occur. The WMS was put in place to improve data management by the Ministry of Water, capacity building, human resourcing, and institutional strengthening is key to fulfilling all plans and interventions under the NDP4. Affirm that WASH is a critical development vehicle. Water financing policy is in place. Sanitation policy is under review. Stakeholder involvement in budget monitoring and tracking is relevant for budget management. Program-based planning and budgeting started with NDP3 and first major resilience. Presentation by Water for People on WASH system strengthening, the status update on the building blocks, and then later on was followed by a panel discussion. Here, a representative from Water for People called on for data integration amongst the government administrative units, such as URA, Ministry of Local Government, private sector, amongst others. Ministry of Water to rule out the ways, both internally and externally, to ease the access of data. Way to sign performance contracts with the DLGs to streamline legislation. Mainstreaming gender into programming of the WASH activities. We had a presentation on WASH indicators, and here, key to note is that a technical team was established to further reconcile the indicators to guide the sector by December 2024. Public sanitation indicators are left out, and there is need to harmonize critical inclusion of institutional WASH. That's the end of the brief. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the news bulletin. I will recommend you to a certain TV station so that you be a news anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day. It's 5 o'clock. Our tea is ready. I want to thank you very much for your active involvement in the day's program and for your contributions. And I wish you all a very nice evening. And let's reconnect tomorrow morning at 8 so that we take this conversation forward. Tea is served. And don't forget to network. Please make a new friend at least, so that you add value to your network. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Government came out.
I've been requested to make one more announcement, members. On Friday, please, don't miss the launch of the WASH Awards. Keep with us. We are launching the WASH Awards on Friday. Let's all be here, to be part of that moment when we launch the WASH Awards. So keep with us all the way. We have more exciting things coming. We are launching the WASH Awards on Friday. The secrets I will not reveal now, but it's going to be truly exciting.
government came up with policies with O&M framework, but the Ministry of Water and Environment issued this framework, and all organizations had to build the capacity of local communities in their own well.